Welcome back to the second day of proceedings for the EU Defence Forum with the EU delegation here in Washington, D.C. in the Brookings Institution. My name is Tom Wright. I direct the Center for the United States and Europe at the Brookings Institution, where I'm also a senior fellow in the Project on International Order and Strategy. We had a really wonderful series of discussions yesterday, touching on a wide variety of issues, including COVID-19 and the future of transatlantic defence, defense capabilities and spending, Africa, non-proliferation and deterrence. And today we move into day two. So for the next 4 hours, we'll be talking about EU-NATO relations, China and technology. We'll have a conversation with legislators. We'll have a series of video interviews with various ministers from Europe. So we're really looking forward to it. And we would encourage you all to engage with us, please, as you watch. On social media or on Zoom. On Twitter, use the hashtag EU Defence. If you'd like to ask a question, if you're watching on Zoom, you can ask a question by raising your hand or placing it in the chat function. So to introduce the first panel and maybe just to offer some reflections on yesterday as well and later today, I'd like to turn it over to Derbla.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, we had a very good day yesterday, very good discussions, and I think we have a good lineup again today. I'm very pleased that we will be kicking this off with a short intervention by the High Representative for Foreign and Security Policy of the European Union, Josep Borrell. The High Representative took office in November. He had identified transatlantic relations as a priority at the outset. He visited Washington in February, where he had meetings with Secretary of State Pompeo, and he also hosted Secretary of State Pompeo recently for a meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council. He has already developed a reputation for clear and direct speaking, including with regard to China and the EU's evolving policy there, and also the need for a more geostrategic Europe in the era of great power competition. So with that, I think we may as well move directly to the intervention by the EU's High Representative, Josep Borrell.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to speak today here at the European Union's flagship event on security and defense in the United States. This forum has become an important platform to strengthen the transatlantic dialogue and our cooperation on security and defense. And then the coronavirus came. The coronavirus pandemic is one of the most challenging crises the world has faced since the end of World War II. It's nothing original to say that. You have been listening it many times, but it's true. It's a health crisis, but also one with devastating economic effects and serious security consequences. It's a stress test for our societies and for the multilateral system. It reminds us that global problems know no borders and that no country can fix them alone. This also applies to the geopolitical tensions we are witnessing in our neighborhood and beyond, from Libya to Mali, from Eastern Europe to Afghanistan. The world is becoming an increasingly contested and fragmented place, characterized by geopolitical competition and authoritarian powers. In this landscape, international cooperation is essential to tackle new and fast-evolving security threats. And the transatlantic community must be a central pillar in this effort and be ready to defend its values and interests. Let's go back to principles. First, the European Union and the US are essential and natural partners. We share core values, which are the bedrock of our cooperation. No doubt, we also have disagreements, sometimes on critical issues. But in the end, the European Union and the US are at the same side of the table. We share vital security interests and responsibilities to guarantee the freedom and security of our citizens. From Warsaw to Vancouver, from Washington to Brussels, our citizens expect a coordinated response to the emerging global challenges. We need to live up to this responsibility, and we have the right framework to do so. The European Union in one hand and the NATO on the other. We have each other's back in the field, from Afghanistan to Somalia, where the EU provides medical support to AFRICOM, for example. The US is also a key ally of the Maritime Combined Task Forces that coordinate maritime security and anti-piracy operations with the European Union, NAVFOR, Atalanta in the Western Indian Ocean, another example. The deployment of the first ever EU military advisors to the European Union delegations in Washington and Ottawa early this year sends also a clear signal that the European Union is committed to enhance security and defense cooperation with our transatlantic partners. For Europe, NATO is and will remain the cornerstone of our collective defense. There is no alternative to that. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, I have been in regular contact with Secretary General Stoltenberg. Our cooperation is extraordinarily good, and our teams have been working together in a wide array of issues. This includes countering hybrid threats, strengthening situational awareness, strategic communication, and a particular focus on addressing hostile information activities, and shared trends analysis of this information, including on the use of social media targeting EU and NATO. There are a lot of examples about it. We face an infodemic, and we need to turn the battle of narrative into a battle for facts, for truth. European Union-NATO cooperation is a pillar in our response to this information. And we are also cooperating on cyber defense, integrating cyber aspects into crisis management and response, and enhancing network security and resilience. And last but not least, not to be too long, we are working together on military mobility, sharing information in the key areas of military requirements, transport infrastructure, the transport of dangerous goods, customs and cross-border movement permissions. As you can see, the European Union and the United States share many strategic interests, and we work closely together. Yet, our cooperation needs to adapt, to be fit to the challenges of this century. As Europeans, we are aware that our partners around the world expect us to play a bigger role as a provider of global security, and we are ready to do so. The era of a somewhat naive Europe has come to an end. I hope so. We know that in today's world, soft power alone is not enough. It is even difficult to know when a power is soft or hard, because the difference between the two of them are vanishing. In any case, we need to complement our soft power with a hard power dimension. This is a key contribution to a more geopolitical union, one that should do more for its own security and defense. And to this end, a number of work strands are underway. Allow me to explain some of them. First, the establishment of the permanent structural cooperation. With that, we are strengthening European defense cooperation in order to spend maybe not more, but for sure better. Our focus is enhancing European Union defense initiative and fostering coherence to reduce fragmentation in Europe's defense sector. We have a lot of fragmentation because we have 27 different states. EU defense initiatives are also designed to ensure coherence, complementarity, and interoperability with NATO. By making the European Union a stronger global partner, we will strengthen the European pillar of NATO and contribute to collective burden sharing, a word that it comes very often from the other side of the Atlantic. Yes, we want to share the burden, and to increase the capacity of the European pillar of NATO is a way of doing that. We are also mobilizing financial resources to support closer defense cooperation through the recently created European Defence Fund in the European budget of the European Union. The first projects announced a few weeks ago are a concrete demonstration of the potential of this defense initiative. And contrary to what some had feared, third-stage companies were allowed to participate, and this is the case for companies from the US notably. Second, we are working to enhance our operational deployments, our missions. We call it our missions. We have, we, the European Union, we have currently 17 Common Security and Defense Policy missions, the CSDP. And these operations are deployed around the world, and almost 4,500 civilian and military staff are actively contributing to guarantee peace, stability, development well beyond our borders, because our security starts well beyond our borders. Let me put an example. Operation Irini is the latest of these operations, a way of the European Union to contribute to international peace by supporting the implementation of arms embargo on Libya. On doing that, the European Union is seeking actively to create conditions for the resumption of a political process, if it is not too late, because in Libya, Russia and Turkey are taking a predominant role. At the same time, we are working to enhance our resilience and security across the board. We are stepping up efforts against cyber and hybrid threats using, for example, the European Union Cyber Diplomacy Toolbox. These are key areas of European NATO cooperation also. We are working to reduce vulnerabilities in these critical sectors, including, for example, energy supply. And all this will fit into the work we have quickly started on the development of what we call a strategic compass. This is the last strategic approach that we are developing. The compass, based on a shared analysis of threats and challenges, will help us to shape a common understanding about the priorities and strengthen the coherence of European Union actions on security and defense. It will also complement NATO actions on these fields, and working with partners remains at the core of our security and defense agenda. We are strongly convinced of that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stress a fact. The European Union and the United States partnership has helped to create a more stable, peaceful and prosperous world order. Now we are in the face of new threats and actors who seek to undermine our shared prosperity and security. And so it's more important than ever that we build on the strong foundations of the past half-century and use the political and economic weight of the transatlantic alliance to protect this legacy. We are doing our part. Let's continue to work together to strengthen this transatlantic bond and defend our shared values. I thank you very much for this opportunity of explaining how we envisage this defense from an European perspective as a complement of our transatlantic partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the High Representative for those remarks and for joining us here. And this morning, I think to me, what really jumped out was the necessity of complementing soft power with hard power and the evolution of European foreign policy. And we now have a really terrific conversation to follow that. So we will be joined by my colleague, John Allen, who is president of the Brookings Institution, and he will interview Mircea Geoană, who is the Deputy Secretary General of NATO. Mr. Geoană served in previous senior positions for the Romanian government, and he is the first senior official in NATO, the first Deputy Secretary General from one of the countries that joined after the end of the Cold War. So we are particularly delighted that he can join us this morning. So with that, John, may I pass it over to you?
Thank you, Tom. And Dervla, thank you very much. And my sincere thanks to the High Representative for those marvelous contextual remarks that sets the day off so well. But now we turn to NATO. So ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be with you again today. It's a great pleasure for me to have the honor of introducing our first panel and our distinguished guest, the NATO Deputy Secretary General, Mircea Geoană. Appointed to his current role in October 2019, Deputy Secretary General Geoană has long advocated for the transatlantic bond and the importance of the NATO alliance. Both as a seasoned diplomat and statesman, he spent his career representing his country, Romania. Among his many accomplishments includes serving as the chairperson in office of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, as well as a member of the Romanian delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. He's been made not only a commander of the National Order of the Star of Romania, but also holds the distinction of the French Légion d'honneur and the Italian Stella di Solidarietà. We are honored to have you with us today, sir, and we'll go for about 30 minutes, concluding this interview and the questions 45 minutes after the hour. So thank you very much for joining us today, Deputy Secretary. Sir, my first question is that Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg announced in the NATO 2030 initiative, and it's aimed to make NATO, quote, stay strong militarily, but more united politically and take a broader approach globally. NATO 2030 promises to prepare the alliance for challenges of the coming future. Mr. Secretary, Deputy Secretary General, could you please describe what those challenges are and how the NATO-EU cooperation fits into the 2030 vision?
General Allen, the pleasure and honor is all mine. You have here in NATO and all over the world a remarkable reputation, and we owe you a great debt of gratitude for what you have done for us, leading NATO and American forces in Afghanistan, transforming them into for a different role. We owe you a great debt of gratitude, sir. So
thank you, sir.
Here in NATO, you're home. Now, I listened to Josep Borrell with great attention, and it was a little bit intense when he said that European Union, because he's representing European Union foreign policy and security, has stopped being naive. I think all of us, after the fall of communism, believed that the defeat of Soviet Union, the demise of the Soviet-style communism, would be somehow the end of history. We all believed that we'll be enjoying liberal democracy, freedom, and an ever-expanding world of harmony. But history is a tough teacher. And we learned the hard way that history never stops, that global competition never stops. And now we are at the critical moment of a world history. I would say just one word on it comes for NATO and EU. There is no way, but no way, neither for Europe nor for our friends in North America, US and Canada, our dearest allies, for us to cope with the changes in the world alone. Together, US and Canada and the European allies, we still represent 50% of global GDP. We still represent, and we represent 1 billion people. Speaking of technology, and I'm reading with great interest, General Allen, what you're writing on AI, on these kind of things. 28 of the first 30 universities in the world are still in the Western world. Open societies are more conducive for innovation and freedom. I strongly believe, coming from Romania, that is the essential ingredient for success. And if we add, speaking of NATO this time, the 40-something partners that we have, also in the Asia Pacific, with Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea, the many partners we have in the Gulf, in the Middle East, even in Latin America, in Colombia, I think that this political West is something that we have to keep together. Because if not, it will be very difficult, even for the US, which continues to be the leading nation in the world, continues to be, despite difficulties that we are seeing, in these recent weeks and months, we cannot do it alone. So when Josep Borrell, whom I know for many, many years and decades, also as former foreign minister of Romania, former ambassador to Washington, by the way, when I learned the ropes of American politics and diplomacy, when he said that Europe is stopping being naive, I also say that there is no way for Europe alone, without our friends in America, and for the other allies in Europe that are not EU members. If we look at the numbers of defense spending today, the non-EU members of NATO are investing 80% of the total defense spending in the alliance, 80%, 80. Because we have now the UK outside of the EU, we have Norway, the country of my boss, Jens Stoltenberg, we have Turkey, we have many other nations that are not part of the EU. So where also I would like to say one word, I think that not only this pandemic, but the recent, if you want, 2 decades or so, from 9/11 on, also showed us that it's not only about hard and soft power, it's about a broader definition of security. And we're speaking in NATO in a different jargon, because that's our codified way of speaking of non-military means of power. Without strong, credible defense, without strong, credible innovation, without strong military and intelligence, you just cannot work only with the other tools of power. But I think that also more and more we see that this pandemic showed that we need investment in resources. We have to rethink global supply chains. And this is where I think NATO continues to be the cornerstone, not only of transatlantic security, but an indispensable part of global order. And American leadership is needed. And American leadership is something that is our strong interest. And also, I think a strong US and North America, European cooperation is paramount for the interest of all of us, Europeans and North Americans, and freedom lovers and democracy believers all over the world.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary General. That was a tremendous answer. We're facing, as you have mentioned, and as the EU High Representative mentioned, we're facing the dilemma of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's infected millions, it has killed hundreds of thousands, and it has devastated economies around the world, almost to a level in the United States, in any case, of the era of the Great Depression. And what it has done, in many respects, it has caused nations to retract in their thinking, orienting on the domestic challenges that they face, and often the issues of foreign policy have ceased to dominate their thinking. So at a moment like this, an international organization such as NATO is of extreme value, I think. And how would you imagine that NATO can be of value to the broader community of nations during this global pandemic, sir?
Thank you, General. That's a critical question. And I do believe that one thing we should do together, this community of democracies, these nations of ours, is to make sure that the lessons learned from the pandemic, but also the lessons unlearned from previous difficult moments, should not lead to further divergence across the Atlantic. I think we have to really think hard. And also, sometimes even with realpolitik, not only with naive, as Josep Borrell was mentioning, but in real terms. And we have to think hard and making sure that we realize that only putting our resources together, we can be strong. Where NATO has done a tremendous job, and I think we are the leading organization, I would dare say globally, is on resilience. Because now resilience has become the buzzword of the moment. Everybody speaks about resilience. But since the Warsaw NATO summit, you remember the summit in Warsaw, which was a pretty successful one, the leaders of the alliance decided that NATO should strengthen what we call in our jargon again, the baseline requirements for resilience. 7 fields, from infrastructure to energy to civil military emergency, all these kind of things. Defense ministers of NATO, just 2 weeks ago, where Josep Borrell participated, when the defense ministers of Sweden and Finland, one of the closest partners of NATO in the EU, participated. And for the first time, the lady defense minister of Australia took part in a defense ministerial of NATO. And we upgraded the baseline requirements for resilience. This is what we are offering our EU colleagues and friends as we speak, because also in the EU, the lessons learned are showing to them that resilience is a subject of interest also to the EU. EU is not a defense alliance. It's a different kind of multilateral institution. So they're looking probably in a complementary way with us to supply chains, to healthcare chains, things that are more of an economic and business nature, rather than the ones that are relatively, in a narrow sense, security from a NATO standpoint. So from the 74 common actions that NATO and EU are currently doing, and the report jointly presented by Jens Stoltenberg and Josep Borrell just a few weeks ago, we could really put lessons learned and resilience as a complementary toolbox, and then reach out to our friends and partners from all over the world, democratic partners. I think Japan and Australia, New Zealand and South Korea, I'm mentioning the Asia Pacific countries. So this is where I believe we have to make sure that the introspective way of looking at things, the national, let's say, interest, which is reflected by leaders all over the world, is not leading to further disaggregation of our community of democracies. So I believe that lessons learned and resilience could be a very practical tool, because all of us, from America to Canada and from Romania all the way to Norway, all of us, all national governments need to cope with this kind of thing. And this is where NATO, I think, could be an exceptionally useful organization, and our skill set together with the EU and together with national instruments could really be of great help to nations.
That was a tremendous answer. And you made the point about we are seeing a moment of divergence. And NATO really does have the capacity with that toolbox of capabilities, not just to build in resilience in whatever follows COVID, but also to reverse divergence and create unification of the community of democracies. It's a tremendous point. Now, NATO's success has been because of the shared understanding of its democratic values. And unfortunately, questions arise of burden sharing, and they often overshadow that mutual understanding, and has been pushed by many, including President Trump, to take dramatic steps to force the issue at hand. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, how can NATO encourage allies to be more proactive for their defense spending while still advancing our same mission?
General, you know this better than I do. I remember in my career and listening, and also sometimes physically seeing American presidents, from President Clinton to President G.W. Bush to President Obama, and now to President Trump, and then whoever the American people will decide to put in the White House, that every single American president and American leadership has asked European allies to step up our game. And I think this is something that we need. And this is not just a sort of a favor, a sort of a thing that we do just to please the person that is in the White House at a certain moment in American history and political cycles. This is also for our own interest. Now, I'm heartened to see that despite this economic downturn and the difficult choices that leaders need to take in their national capacity, we are seeing more and more allies reconfirming the target of 2%. My country, Romania, has put in the national security strategy. The UK has reconfirmed this recently. I was taking part in a webinar with our friends from Central Europe, and I heard in a similar conversation the Czech Prime Minister reconfirming the target for 2%. Now, inside the 2%, the question is, and this is where we need the experience of people like you, General, and many others, is how to spend the 2% better. How to make sure that we transform the way in which we are preparing for the warfare of tomorrow. Speaking of Secretary General in NATO 2030, how we remain strong militarily, because also things are changing. Also, the lessons learned that I mentioned earlier could be a way for us to start spending more and smarter into defense. So I do believe that this thing of burden sharing that has, in a way, be seen sometimes in a more narrow way, in fact, is the foundation for the transatlantic unity, and also for something that our military commanders and our men and women in uniform whom we respect and we admire, and we always show our gratitude. This is about interoperability, just making sure that big allies like the US will be able to continue to fight with smaller allies with smaller resources in the, God forbid, the wars of tomorrow. So this is why I believe the 2%, the burden sharing thing, is more than just the 2% figure, which is important. And it's indicative of a certain political will. But the real question is, how do we spend better? How can we put the public money and the taxpayers' money into better, let's say, usage? And also, how can we incorporate the lessons learned from this pandemic and also from a changing world? I strongly believe that allies will continue to invest in defense and security just because security has become more complicated with the pandemic. Things are the same. Russia is ever more aggressive. China is coming up. We have things all over us that are complicated. Competition in space is increasing. New technologies are accelerating a shift in global power. So we just cannot afford not to invest in our defense. That's the precondition for peace, General Allen. And you know this better than anybody else. And that's why I believe that NATO will continue to invest in defense, and nations will continue to understand that this is the best interest individually and collectively.
I hope everybody was listening very closely to that answer, because it couldn't have been better. The whole idea of spending on modernization and investing in the new technologies will be what keeps NATO strong and interoperable. Mr. Deputy Secretary General, thank you, sir. Great answer. Let me ask, it's a more pointed regional question, but I think it speaks to a larger issue. You know, we've had some reports recently of Russian-backed Taliban stalking American troops in Afghanistan, and it's left many skeptical of the recent Afghan negotiations for peace. Moreover, the scheduled withdrawal of U.S. troops from the region leaves questions of the future of that country unanswered. Sir, what are your thoughts? What does NATO anticipate as its role in Afghanistan going forward? And how does that square with the NATO 2030 initiative?
General, you know Afghanistan better than any one of us, and you've been leading the US forces and also the NATO forces in ISAF a few years ago. So I have to say that I'm exceptionally proud of the incredible unity that not only NATO, but also our global partners from all over the world have shown to our commitment to Afghanistan. Of course, the announcements coming about, let's say, a gradual downsizing of American presence creates, the US is the backbone of the whole operation. But I have to say that we had just last Friday, I think, just a few days ago, we had a meeting here in NATO, and also Secretary General Stoltenberg met with Secretary Esper. General Miller, one of your successors, was here. Ambassador Khalizad, who's doing an incredible job in trying to bring inter-Afghan talks to a better outcome. And I have to say that it was NATO and partners, and there was basically absolutely no indication of a lessening of the commitment of the whole alliance and our global partners to the future of Afghanistan. It's not going to be easy. For the time being, we stay with the announcement of American downsizing into the current posture, speaking of NATO. Of course, our military commanders, you know this very well, are planning ahead. We are also trying to help directly and indirectly the inter-Afghan talks, and also something that we've been doing, and I've been doing personally in a very intense way, is to making sure that we also talk to the rest of the international community that has an interest and also investing money into the economic and humanitarian development in Afghanistan. So as we speak, NATO, EU, UN, the World Bank, the international donors, we are working to a set of conditions that will be both conducive for inter-Afghan negotiations, but also making sure that when we'll be in a different military posture in Afghanistan, that we find the means to keep this country safe. And I'm also saying something, speaking of Russia and even China and other regional players around Afghanistan. That's a tough thing. But an Afghanistan that is stabilized and is also becoming part of the global international community and an economic player is also good for these countries, because they have experience. That's critical for the peace and stability in Eurasia. So this is why we are calling also on the other players who are not with us in NATO, not our partners in this great, almost more than 2 decades coalition of nations for Afghanistan, to stay the course, because a stable Afghanistan is not only good for NATO or for the US, it's also good for Russia, China, and also Pakistan or other regional players.
And let me, if I may, just take a second and say, as the former commander of the NATO forces in Afghanistan, how proud every NATO member should be of the performance of their magnificent troops on the ground in Afghanistan. It is something that I think the coalition should be deeply proud of, and the members of the NATO alliance individually should be deeply proud of how their troops performed, both as individual soldiers, but also as an entity, as NATO, as a command. And I also like to say that one of my greatest partners while I was the commander was the EU. And so this was a real opportunity to see NATO in action with a deep partnership of the EU at the very edge of conflict. And it was a wonderful thing to see, Mr. Deputy Secretary General.
General, let me also echo what you have said. There's nothing, there's no word that can describe the gratitude for the sacrifice and courage of our military personnel in Afghanistan and all over the world. I think the people at home sometimes do not realize how much we owe as civilians, as normal citizens, to our military people. And I echo what you have said with the same intensity and the same sense of gratitude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. In recent months, there have been some instances of impressive coordination between NATO and the EU, the allies, of course. And we've also seen internal tensions, though, for example, between France and Turkey in the Mediterranean. And this dispute has led France to suspend its participation in NATO's Operation Sea Guardian. How can NATO ensure that internal disputes do not impede the ability of our allies to work towards shared goals? And what should NATO's role be when allies violate those rules and the principles of the alliance?
General Allen, let me start with one, let's say, new or relatively new area where NATO and the EU and also other global players, G7, the UN, and others, we've been working together, is in fighting disinformation and these counter narratives that countries like Russia or China or non-state actors, Iran also, are abusing of this pandemic to basically put a seed of discord within democratic societies. And NATO and the EU have been working exceptionally closely together in fighting this thing. I'm coming back to your question, which is always the political question. How can we, inside NATO and inside the system of global democracies, cope with the tension between two members of the same alliance that have different interests and views on one specific point, which is the case in point, let's say in Libya. You mentioned this thing. It's not only Turkey and France that have interests that are divergent. They also see with grave concern Russia, directly and indirectly, meddling also into the Western Mediterranean after having a stronger footprint in Syria, in the Eastern Mediterranean. So what we're trying to do, and this is what also Secretary General Stoltenberg has been doing, all of us have been doing, is to making sure that, number one, we try through political dialogue and openness and frankness sometimes to prevent such situations from occurring. And then if, God forbid, they do occur, because life is tough and not every time 30 nations can see eye to eye, the situations when they don't see eye to eye, to also use the political strengthened value of NATO, which is in NATO 2030, to do this. As we speak, our military professionals have been looking and have issued a report about the incident which was reported. We are trying to find a way and also making sure that these things do not happen, because sometimes it's not easy for us as an international organization working by consensus. You know, the Washington Treaty, our, let's say, our foundation that speaks about values of rule of law, democracy, and freedom. We are not in the business of telling one ally or the other how to behave, but we are trying our best, and we need the support of capitals, of ally nations, to making sure that we keep NATO strong militarily, politically, and also adapting to a changing world.
Well, to that very end, Defender Europe 20 was set to be one of the largest American military exercises in Europe since the end of the Cold War. And it involved extensive EU, NATO, and U.S. cooperation. However, the exercise, as you know, Deputy Secretary General, was scaled down dramatically due to COVID-19 concerns. So with that as context, how do we have to think in the future about our model of cooperation for NATO and the EU and the US? And how do we evolve our responses to these kinds of challenges, to the new reality that we'll face as we continue to deal with this pandemic and other security threats such as cyber attacks and the strategic influence operations that we have seen being wielded against our democracies? How, as we go forward in the future, do we need to be thinking about this model of NATO, EU, US cooperation going forward, sir?
Let me give you another indication of the intimacy between NATO and EU, also with another number. It's a statistic, but it's relevant. We have today 22 countries, nations, that are both NATO allies and member states of the European Union. 90% of the population of the EU today, in 27 without the UK, are also part of the NATO alliance. So what we are trying to do, and this is what we are doing, is making sure that we stay convergent in analyzing threats to all of us. What NATO has been doing, and this is a process that we applaud, as we applaud the determination of the United States to continue to invest in real terms into the security of Europe. Defender Europe 2020 was downsized because of the pandemic, but the very intention to do such a massive display of interest and support for Europe is as strong as the exercise not being downsized. We also see the US leading battle groups in the Baltics. They're present in my country, Romania. They're present in Spain. That's many other things that are showing this commitment. What we have launched, and our defense ministers approved, and our chiefs of defense also had a big role, and SACEUR and our commander for transformation in Norfolk, General Lanata and General Waters, we are working now on a new concept which is called Deterrence and Defense for the Euro-Atlantic area, which is the first comprehensive, all domain, all directions, 360, including space, including hybrid, including cyber, including, let's say, new technologies, more traditional threats. And this is something that will be transferred into the operation way in which both NATO and also this is something we lend to our EU friends will be, I think, in a way, speaking of being naive, will be not a great idea to duplicate. If NATO is good at doing something, I believe that EU should be doing things complementary to what we do. So I'm confident, and we are confident here at the NATO headquarters, that we take, like always, in the last 71 years of existence of our great alliance, threats, old, new, and future ones, very seriously. And this body of expertise, this fantastic capacity of our military people to work together is also an encouragement for the EU to step up their game, to continue to invest in defense, and also making sure that across the Atlantic, we stay strong and also we cope with any crisis. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, history never stops. And global competition is raging. And the rise of China is also a fact. And a Russia that is trying to use and abuse of some of its instruments of power to disrupt the political West is something that we have to take into account. So yeah, not always easy, but I think we have a sense of a common understanding of the threats and the strategic culture across the Atlantic is also becoming far more modern and also far more global, if you want.
Well, Deputy Secretary General Geoană, it was a real honor to have the opportunity to speak with you this morning. These answers were a true tour de force of what NATO stands for, what NATO has done for our peace and security. But I think more importantly, you've given us a glimpse into what NATO will do in the future for all of us. It is a global entity that will have effect for many years to come. We're so grateful for your service as the Deputy Secretary General and for the role that NATO plays now in cooperation with the EU and certainly with the United States. And I want to thank you for your time this morning. Very, very greatly thank you for your time this morning. And let me now, if I may, turn it back over to Tom and Dervla.
So I think the Deputy Secretary General has very well set the stage for our next panel, which will look at EU-NATO-U.S. cooperation. As the Deputy Secretary General said, we are now have a broader concept of security. We need to look at issues including resilience, hybrid, 5G, military mobility. So to take us through these issues, we have a really fantastic panel. Representing the NATO perspective, we will have James Apatorai, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, who's Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs and also responsible for relations with partners and organisations. Kathleen Hicks of the Centre for Strategic and International Studies, where she's the Director for the International Security Programme, will provide the expert view. Representing the European Union, the Commission, we have Harold Reuters, who's Director for Investment, Innovative and Sustainable Transport at DG Mobility and Transport. From the US side, we have Michael Ryan, Deputy Assistant Secretary for European and NATO Policy at the Department of Defence, who's currently also performing the duties of Assistant Secretary of Defence, Security and Defence Policy. And to moderate this discussion, a woman who I think needs no introduction will be Fiona Hill, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institute and former Senior Director for Europe at the NSC, where I have to say she was a very valued interlocutor for us here at the European Union delegation, and I know for the Member State embassies also. So with that, Fiona, I hand over to you for a wonderful discussion.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful to be here with everyone today, and I'd just like to thank the panelists for taking the time to join us. I know everyone has very busy schedules in spite of everything being virtual. In fact, it's probably busier than normal. So really very privileged, all of us, to have you with us today. A number of the issues that we're going to focus on have already been picked up over the last day and in the last session in particular. And I thought that we would start today by talking about one of the critical issues and turn first over to James about the issue of mobility. We've heard a lot about this. It's obviously a pretty critical issue for ensuring the security of allies from the NATO perspective, but it's also an important part of the EU's activities. Obviously, from the EU perspective, mobility has all kinds of different connotations than transporting military personnel and equipment. It's also an important part of the movement of people for commerce and daily business, regular travel, and also an important part of communications and trade. And I know that this is an area where the NATO and EU officials have been very focused. There's some important meetings coming up in the EU context. But perhaps, James, you could give us some insights about how NATO is grappling with that issue right now and some of the things that everyone should be thinking about. And thank you again for joining us today.
It's a real pleasure, Fiona, and great to be here with all these great panelists. Maybe I can just say a few words to introduce. And I think it's useful for people who don't spend all day on military mobility, just to get a little bit of context. A few decades ago, during the Cold War, military mobility was much more straightforward. One reason was that NATO had pretty much responsibility for this. Another reason was governments owned the infrastructure, the railroads or the ports or the airfields, or they could take control of it. Third, because the infrastructure was very strong. It was built to standard. The bridges were strong, could take a tank. The airfields were made for receiving military equipment. And finally, the procedures were in place for NATO to move things around very easily, very quickly. Things have changed a lot since then, since the end of the Cold War, in particular, in a number of ways. One is the European Union now has a very strong role and a regulatory role and responsibility for its member states, but in ways which, of course, affect the way NATO would operate. Second, private companies now control a lot of this infrastructure, and governments don't have the same control that they used to. A third challenge is a lot of the infrastructure, because the Cold War was over for so long, just hasn't been built to the same standards and needs to be brought back up to standard. Finally, we don't have the same procedures we had in place to move dangerous equipment or soldiers across borders very, very quickly. So all of that now needs to be brought back up to standard. And cooperation between NATO and the European Union is crucial because the EU has a lot of powers, regulatory powers in particular, which are crucial for our ability to defend each other. As the Deputy Secretary General just said, 22 members of the European Union are in NATO anyway. But even for the countries that aren't in NATO, but are in the European Union, NATO's ability to do what it needs to do to defend NATO territory has positive effects for everybody else. So it's in everybody's interest that we do this. So what have we done? We've had very, very close cooperation over the past few years, staff to staff, of course, the Secretary General at his level as well, but to, for example, share our military requirements with the European Union as they prepare their EU action plan on military mobility. We have shared with them the specifications, NATO specifications for the movement of dangerous material. We have talked to them about transport infrastructure and what the standards are that we need to be able to move military equipment around. We've talked about customs. That's something, customs movements, that's something the EU has a very important role to play. And when it comes to cross-border movements. In other words, EU governments like NATO governments need to be able to give permission for equipment and personnel to move relatively quickly, in a crisis extremely quickly, but there's legislation in place and we need to kind of work through all of that as well. So these discussions are going on. We're very, very happy that the EU has put a substantial amount of money into its draft budget to make sure that they can fund a lot of this. And actually, this is an area where we feel NATO-EU cooperation is going quite well. Over to you.
Thank you very much, James. Harold, I wonder if you might also comment in response to James about some of the complications that we've seen developing over the last several months in the current pandemic environment. I mean, clearly, a number of EU member countries have imposed some border restrictions, obviously, from the perspective of the United States, a NATO member, but obviously not a member of the EU. We've been watching very closely some of the restrictions on travel that have been imposed because of concerns about the transmission of the virus. But that also raises the point that there is now, as a result of Brexit and the withdrawal of the UK from the EU, increasingly fewer members of NATO that are also members of the European Union. And obviously from the customs point of view and the transportation of various goods, not least the mobility of people, that will introduce some additional complications. And I know that the EU is grappling with these issues right now. You have a big budget meeting coming up that will deal directly with some of the issues that James has highlighted. But perhaps you could give us a little flavour of some of the complexity that you're also dealing with at this moment. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you for inviting to this event. And delighted also to give a follow-up to what was just said by James as well. The action plan on military mobility, in fact, was launched in March 2018, and it is one of several defense initiatives in the EU. And DG Move, we mainly focus on the development of the legal framework and the development also of new and existing infrastructure. And of course, indeed, the crisis on COVID has shown us the need for that. We had to install very quickly green lanes for the continuity of essential freight and movements in the Union. With the action plan on military mobility and the future funding of civilian military infrastructure dual-use projects through our funding instrument, the Connecting Europe facility, we will have an unprecedented opportunity to increase military mobility. In fact, the action plan addresses the need to move military forces, assets and equipment swiftly within and beyond the EU. And the challenge is that there are, of course, still physical, legal, and regulatory barriers that hamper military mobility. For instance, the barriers include infrastructure that does not support the weight of military vehicles, or customs procedures that are cumbersome, or the need to have multiple permissions for military cross-border movements. And these barriers may hinder military mobility and prevent member states from reacting swiftly when there are threats, and also effectiveness that is needed. So removing these barriers would be of the essence in the context of NATO, as well as in the common security and defense policy initiatives and activities. So we are, of course, therefore tackling these barriers, and we are focusing on two pillars, on the transport infrastructure and on the regulatory and the procedural issues. On the infrastructure, we, of course, are looking to building and upgrading transport infrastructure to meet the military needs. And as indicated by James, we have the EU member states defining generic military requirements for transport infrastructure already in November 2018, and also including a geographical military network covering all transport modes. We know, of course, which roads, railways, airports, seaports, and inland waterways are needed for the movement of military personnel, equipment, and material. And these requirements and maps were updated in July 2019. The gap analysis between the military geographic network and the civilian trans-European transport network concluded that there is an overlap by 93%, so that's very high. And in addition, also the gap between the military and civilian standards is smaller, in fact, than we expected at the outset. In fact, the standards are relatively similar. So our conclusion is that the EU transport infrastructure allows for military mobility, but we need further investments and some areas to be addressed. And we will then, of course, also evaluate where we can do that. We have looked also at cybersecurity for dual-use requirements, and we have been looking at where we can have co-funding infrastructure projects with relevant vulnerable cybersecurity assets. We also evaluate the inclusion of certain dual-use infrastructure requirements, as revised Trans-European Transport Network Regulation is foreseen for June 2021. So we would also have a look at that revision ongoing. As you said, Fiona, the EU institutions are currently negotiating the budget for the next 7 years, and the envelope proposed by the Commission is a modest 1.7 billion, which is perhaps below what was expected at the outset, but it's a first significant and useful step. And it will allow us to have actions ongoing for military mobility in the infrastructure context. But also the second pillar, which is the regulatory and procedural one, is quite important. And I can give a few examples very briefly here. For instance, that the member states are committed to grant cross-border movement permissions within 5 working days, to simplify and streamline the customs procedures, to have harmonized rules on the transport of dangerous military goods, and to reduce the administrative burden. So I think that these are important examples of what can be done in the action plan. To conclude briefly, Fiona, we think that military mobility will enhance the EU's deterrence against outside threats. We think that it will enable the member states to act faster in line with defense needs, including in the NATO framework. It's only when we cooperate in developing the EU military mobility flagship project that we can have the member states having a whole of government approach and tackle our joint challenges to reinforce our common strength. Cooperation with NATO is a major feature in the implementation of this action plan. Military mobility is a good example of the fruitful cooperation between EU and NATO. We are reinforcing each other's efforts. Our cooperation has produced already now tangible results. And also, for example, by achieving coherence between the military requirements of EU and NATO. That can only have positive effects, of course, on our shared readiness and what we can do also in terms of co-funding. So we think that this flagship initiative is strengthening the EU pillar also within NATO, and a continued exchange of information between NATO and the EU is necessary in that respect. Jointly agreeing on what needs to be achieved to preserve peace and security. So I thank you, and I thank James also for his kicking this off and complement here fully what he said on this particular flagship. Thank you, and back to you, Fiona.
Thank you very much, Harold. Kathleen, from the perspective of the expert community who've been looking at this for some period of time, I mean, clearly there's a lot going on between NATO and the EU in terms of cooperation and also pooling of resources. But there are, of course, some vulnerabilities in this dual-use infrastructure. And I know that you've been working, very closely on this. There are the two aspects. Obviously, there's the physical critical infrastructure, all the nodal points we've been talking about, airports, ports themselves for shipping. There as the raid and roll networks, and obviously the upgrading of bridges for the heavy transportation. And then there's also the critical infrastructure for communications for the flows of data and information, both for the private sector commercial use, public use, and also for military use. And as both James and Harold have discussed, a lot of this is now in private hands. And we're also concerned about foreign ownership. I mean, China has obviously been at the forefront of a lot of our discussions with Chinese companies taking over the control of some of the European port infrastructure. We have the whole debates about 5G. And then we now have increasing concerns about resilience. And I just wonder if you can sketch out for us some of the things that we should be concerned about. And then I'd like to turn over to Michael, to give us some of the perspective, some of the specific concerns that the Pentagon and the US government have been focused on. So Kathleen, I know this is a lot to cover, but I know that you've been thinking about this in great depth. And thank you for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me, Fiona. I think what I would say most importantly is this conversation that we just heard between Harold and James, and then even the preceding session, really do highlight that military mobility is an area where the EU and NATO are overcoming some historical cultural barriers, some mutual suspicions, and are complementing, I think is the key word that you've heard repeatedly, are starting to see where they can come at an issue not in less of a competitive manner, but more in a manner of seeing how they intersect. And so many of the issues you just raised, whether directly related to mobility, which I think has been well covered, or related to a multitude of other types of challenges and threats that we're seeing, most of which are captured under a common understanding of what hybrid threats are. Those will require that same complementary approaches. They, so mobility demonstrates promise in these areas. It shows you that NATO can work at the higher end on the military requirement side, has specific knowledge on planning and logistics flows, can set requirements in some cases. That will get harder in many of these other areas where NATO doesn't have, where it's not so clearly a military knowledge set, and NATO doesn't perhaps have all the expertise. So in areas like cyber, where NATO is quite strong, or space, where we have concerns around a lot of commercial space architecture, certainly the military has a lot to bring to bear via NATO. But there are other areas like political and economic coercion, 5G, as you've mentioned, where the EU is going to be incredibly important. The things that will stand in the way are differences of viewpoint, again, culturally, around what the requirements are, who owns the requirements, what the classification needs to be around them, and also what is in the realm of government versus private sector. And then, of course, I think the other piece that I would highlight a little more than has come up already is the national level decision making. So, of course, NATO, EU, but then you also have that most of these resiliency requirements reside first and foremost at the national level. Both EU literature and NATO literature are very clear about that, but sometimes it gets lost in these conversations around NATO, EU cooperation in these areas. And in each of those national situations, there's different perceptions of threat, thus requirement. So for instance, around Chinese infrastructure investments, or around Russian ownership of various pieces of what many might consider critical infrastructure, or the elements of democracy. So in these kinds of areas, information, sensing, detection, attribution, this is where I think NATO can bring a lot, but it really has to have that private sector and the civil sector, that the latter piece of which the EU can really bring. you have to be able to work at these domestic international intersections at the same time. So making sure that you have the broadest swath of buy-in at the national level. I think the EU, frankly, helps with some countries, and NATO helps in the case of the US and the UK as an example, or Norway. It helps in other countries to have that hook. So that's good. It's the biggest possible tent for the hardest possible problem sets. And I also think in the EU, you have rules on economic, you have the ability to sanction. You have as referenced already by Harold and by James, you have that ability to set regulation that can really help in many of these areas that are more in the civil sector, whether it's government, civil, or commercial sector. So what I see from this mobility conversation, just to wrap that thought up, is it's many of the same challenges that we're seeing played out, but mobility is actually perhaps giving us a leg up on NATO-EU cooperation by demonstrating that we can overcome some of these areas. Admittedly, mobility a little easier to work on because the military requirements piece is easier to establish. But I think it gives some hope for what's a really challenging issue set, as you've just named, around Russian and Chinese, among other efforts to undermine from within the countries of Europe.
Thank you, Kathleen. Michael, you have, in your very long career in the security field, worked on many of these issues prior to your current assignment. And I know you've been giving it a lot of thought. You have deep experience both in Europe and at the NATO level. And I wonder if, in listening to James and Harold, and then all of the issues that Kathleen has laid out, if you could give us some specific pointers about concerns that either keep you up at night, or that you feel that we should be paying particular attention to, both on the supply side and on this side about critical infrastructure. Obviously, 5G has been quite contentious. It's shown at the national level different risk tolerances. Particularly the US has had a much lower risk tolerance, it seems, than some of our NATO allies or some of our European colleagues. That's just one example. But I'm sure that you can point to others that we and those listening should be paying careful attention to. So thank you, Michael, also for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Fiona. And I do have to say at the outset that most of what I know about NATO, I learned from James Pathrai. And I learned a great deal from Kath Hicks' long years of government service in the Pentagon. So thank you both for that. And I look forward to getting to know Harold better. So as you know, the context that we operate at this moment in the Pentagon, the document that shapes our understanding of the context is National Defense Strategy. Secretary Esper has been very adamant that we effectively implement that strategy. And so the bounding concept in that strategy is great power competition. So when we look at the transatlantic security and defense community, we look very much, as the Deputy Secretary General said in the previous panel, at a more modern global transatlantic strategic culture. And within that culture, as we look at our competitors who also operate globally, we have to think about the approach of North America and Europe working together, because together we can deal effectively with China and or Russia, and both of them together. And so therefore, the real center of gravity is our transatlantic unity and our unity at NATO. And that unity is best expressed by the strength of consensus. So the ability to achieve consensus rapidly, to make rapid decisions, is absolutely essential to anything that we would do. And as James pointed out earlier, the mission of NATO is so effective on behalf of all the countries who are not members of NATO as well, that everyone is encouraged to work together, particularly in the current environment. At the leaders' meeting in London, heads of state and government in their declaration reiterated that NATO is the indispensable forum for transatlantic consultations on security and defense. And so those consultations, which drive decisions in all these specific areas, are absolutely critical to bringing Washington together with all allies and partners in EU member states who are not members of NATO to move in a direction that's effective so that we can defend consensus, we can sustain deterrence, and we can be prepared to act in our own defense when necessary. the pandemic has highlighted a whole range of security issues that before didn't make it into the discussions, didn't make it to the table for decision. And so those are areas in answering your question that I'd like to highlight, but I wanted to provide this little bit of context first. NATO being responsible predominantly for hard security for the transatlantic alliance or the transatlantic community has a clear role in identifying the security vulnerabilities that will undermine our prosperity and our way of life. But as was pointed out, NATO doesn't have all the tools, nor does NATO need to have all the tools. But again, as the Forum for Transatlantic Consultation, it's a great place to have these debates about what is in our security. In other words, what would prevent us from achieving consensus? So coercion and subversion of allies through hybrid attacks. And what would split our unity? And so nations bringing bilateral issues into the alliance begins to undermine our unity, but the Deputy Secretary General addressed that very effectively, I thought, in his comments in the previous panel. So in this context of security, the types of things that we think as a transatlantic security and defense community we need to focus on, and therefore what we need to discuss within NATO, are first and foremost the disinformation campaign that was conducted during the pandemic, which was just an acceleration of a disinformation campaign that was ongoing, and how both the Chinese and the Russians were very active using medical diplomacy, amongst other things, to try to sway our populations away from commitments to security, from commitments to the alliance, from commitments to transatlantic cooperation. And so that's an area of increasing NATO-EU collaboration, and I think a very successful one. Scrutinizing foreign direct investment, particularly from authoritarian regimes that don't share our values, is incredibly important. All the speakers mentioned the importance of critical infrastructure, the ownership of that critical infrastructure. The availability of that critical infrastructure in a crisis very much depends on its ownership. Because as James pointed out, the government's ability to take control of that infrastructure in a crisis is much diminished from what it was 30 years ago. So that's an incredibly important aspect that is a security issue highlighted by the alliance, but one that is clearly the responsibility of the European Union and the member states working in tandem with non-EU NATO allies across the Atlantic. We also learned that we're dependent on supply chains from sources that are not reliable, and also sources that could be used to try to influence our behaviors in a crisis, particularly when that crisis involves the source of those supplies. And so when we put together disinformation, foreign direct investment, which is a critical infrastructure issue, supply chain dependencies, these are just new issues that have come out of the pandemic that are clearly security issues that clearly require closer and more deep and strong NATO-EU relationships and NATO-EU consultations. Those are very much on our mind in the Pentagon. And I just finish up by saying I've bin these into 4 areas, and they all come back to the ability of NATO to achieve consensus rapidly and to operate at the speed of relevance. The first is resilience. All these issues I identified allow our societies to continue to operate while under attack. That's the definition of resilience that some people use. So all of these areas get at our ability for governments to join consensus, and therefore our assets and capabilities to maneuver to increase our deterrence, but to assure our defense. The second one is readiness. And when we think about resilience and readiness, we need to think not just military readiness or resilience, but political and diplomatic resilience at the strategic level, as well as military resilience and readiness at the operational level. We also need to think about economic resilience and economic readiness, because all those contribute to our ability to sustain consensus, and very much information readiness and information resilience, so that we have a narrative that builds trust in our societies, because that trust enables action. And then responsiveness. Yes, we can operate. Yes, we're ready to operate, but can we respond quickly? Can we move at the speed of relevance? Can we achieve those decisions? And in that, we really have to remain focused on the hybrid activities of our adversaries, and which includes the cyber activities as well, because those are aimed at winning without fighting on their side. They're aimed at us not achieving consensus. They're aimed at us not being able to take decisions, to move forces, to continue with deterrence, and to conduct defense if necessary. And so the fourth one that I'd like to bring into the discussion, and here I'll finish, is on reinforcement. The Deputy Secretary General was asked about the Defender 20 exercise. I would like just to add to his comments that the strength of the Defender 20 exercise was in planning and executing the movement of forces from the United States to Europe, and to ensuring the receiving critical infrastructure was capable of receiving those forces, and then those forces could move across Europe to their exercise positions. All of that was done. That was highly successful, was not very much impacted by the pandemic. It was just the very visible field training portion that had to be curtailed. And so that was a clear demonstration of an ability to reinforce in a very resilient environment that demonstrated the high readiness forces that were prepared to do that, and that required us to take decisions to enable that to happen. And so it was very responsive as well. So with all of that, these specific areas that I mentioned, disinformation, foreign direct investment, supply chain dependencies, and critical infrastructure, enable the alliance to do what the alliance needs to do, working together with the European Union. So the transatlantic community then is focused on deterrence and defense, and it's not left to any one nation or any group of nations, but it's a collective endeavor that's important to all of us.
This is great, Michael. Thank you very much. And I find your 4 Rs an extremely useful frame: resilience, readiness, responsiveness, and reinforcement. That's very helpful as we go along and think about this. We've had a couple of questions that I've been looking at in the chat as we've been going along, and I'll try to weave them in, now as we follow up on all of your opening comments here. One of the questions has come from David Getsadze of Georgia about the Black Sea region. And I think that this, fits in well with some of the comments from Deputy Secretary General, who's obviously from Romania, a key part of the Black Sea region. He's asking a number of questions about the NATO engagement in the Black Sea Basin, but also the 3 Seas initiative, which was something, obviously, Michael, that the United States has been interested in. We'd have a number of senior US officials attending, including President Trump for one of the inaugural meetings in Poland, some of the Black Sea sessions. And part of the Black Sea dialogue and the 3 Seas discussions have been about infrastructure, about how to improve a lot of the communications, not just on a north-south access, but also an east-west access across Europe. Because, one of the artifacts of the Cold War, of course, has been of infrastructure patterns that were linked into different systems. And we still see a great deal of vulnerability in regions like the Western Balkans or the Black Sea Basin, because of the critical infrastructure is just not there, connecting them to many of their neighbours, or even to some of the major players within Europe. And we've been trying to find ways of addressing this in different ways. This has obviously been some of the vulnerabilities that we've been most concerned about the foreign direct investment that you've raised, Michael, coming in from China or from Russia or from other players who are not part of this transatlantic institutional arrangements. And when we start to think about some of the issues that you've raised about resilience, readiness, responsiveness, and then reinforcement, it does emphasize that we're only as strong as some of our weakest links. And obviously parts of the Western Balkans that have fallen between the cracks of both the EU and NATO, and some of the regional players in the Black Sea Basin, we can see where those vulnerabilities are. And I wonder, Michael, if you have any thoughts there in response to the question of David about how NATO or the US, he hasn't really mentioned the EU, but other players can be more involved in this region, and how we might think about dealing, certainly from the US perspective. And then I'll ask our colleagues to come in with some of those vulnerabilities in these critical regions that have fallen into the cracks.
Thank you, Fiona. It's a great question. I was just writing to the team this morning, and the Black Sea strategy was uppermost as one of our priorities for all the reasons that we know. In that regard, I think there's a lot going on in the Black Sea region. I know James has been personally very involved, as have others. There's very much European Union going on in the Black Sea region, but the focus has been elsewhere, quite rightly, on the nearest term and perhaps the most catastrophic scenario, which would involve the Baltics in the north and east. But NATO has, for example, a tailored forward presence, and there's air policing in the region as well. There's a lot of bilateral activities of the United States, but there's also bilateral activities of other nations and multilateral activities going on in the region. And again, they haven't really had the focus that other regions have had, but I think that is changing with the incredible progress that both Romania and Bulgaria have had, for example, not only in the development of their military capabilities, but in their deeper integration into NATO, into the NATO exercises, but also into the European Union. There's also, I think, given the relationship currently between NATO ally Turkey and their geographic neighbor Russia, and how that's playing out in Syria and the broader Mediterranean, has brought more focus onto the Black Sea as well, particularly as NATO retains a maritime presence in the Black Sea, and Turkey, of course, administers the Montreux Convention, which is an important dialogue to maintain the NATO presence, but also to adhere to the Montreux Convention, gives Turkey a role. So there's an increasing importance, particularly in the Caucasus, with Georgia's fantastic development and great contributions to Afghanistan, for example, that connection across the Black Sea needs to be reinforced, and we need to be more holistic in our view. The biggest challenge that we face, and I'll finish here, is that the Black Sea and the Mediterranean tend to be folds on everybody's maps. One organization will have half of the Black Sea, another organization with whom they rarely interact will have the other half of the Black Sea. Same thing with the North-South. And so we don't get that conversation together. And so here in Washington, under the National Security Council and with the State Department, we've really been focusing on working those seam issues that we call them, those folds in the map, so that all the right people on both sides are making the necessary connections so that we can amplify the good work that nations have been doing and that NATO and the EU have been doing. So we can bring that into a more coherent and a more well-structured piece of the overall NATO 360 approach, particularly under the deterrence and defense concept.
That's a great point, Michael. I like the image of the maps and getting lost in the folds and the seams, but in the cracks. We need to open those out and take a different look. I mean, Kathleen, I'll turn to you now and maybe ask you, you know, and a variant in this question as well. I mean, obviously the Western Balkans is on the same map, you know, when picking up Michael's point there, but we still have, you know, parts of the Western Balkans by virtue of, you know, the legacy of the conflicts, of the collapse of the state of Yugoslavia, you know, ongoing tensions, and, you know, questions about, you know, reform and some of the other issues that we're concerned about there that have not become part of the transatlantic institutional arrangements or part of the broader European political arrangements. So we have a lot to deal with there. And obviously, you know, these are areas where we've seen, you know, Russian and Chinese involvement, and especially playing on some of these issues that Michael was concerned about, the hybrid threats, the disinformation. And again, this is also another kind of weakness in this setup. And I wonder if you could use that, Kathleen, as a jumping off point, you know, on some of these issues too.
Well, let me first say I'm not an expert on the Western Balkans, but just to pick up where Michael raised a few points, even just recently, we've seen both China and Russia use medical diplomacy, probably not very successful medical diplomacy, but attempt to use medical diplomacy in the context of COVID. And that's just building on other areas where there are efforts by both parties to try to undermine the EU or in some cases NATO's engagement in the region. And it's a real concern for the alliance. I mean, I think, you know, as you stated in the, I think the run up to this question, before Michael, there has been, of course, a lot of focus on the Baltic states appropriately. There's a lot of reasons for why NATO in particular should be very concerned about the security of the Baltics. But the Balkans provide a different door into area of concern into NATO's into NATO's region, and certainly for the EU. And what I would say, going back to what I've already said, really, is in some cases, NATO or countries bilaterally, as Michael said, that are NATO members may be the ideal conduits for successfully carrying forward the message about what the concerns are and how to counter them. In some cases, it will be the EU or EU member states that may be not NATO member states. But the key here is understanding that it's going to require in these areas like 5G infrastructure, like physical infrastructure, like cyber, like disinformation, media ownership, democratic processes, elections, etc. Political party funds, economic coercion and political coercion possibilities. This requires a multifaceted approach. And in some cases, NATO will be able to fit into that with regard to its activities, partner activities. In some cases, the EU is well situated. And in many cases, honestly, a lot of this is domestic, and it's going to take some pressure points that are more on the private sector side and on the EU member state side.
That's great, Kathleen. I mean, obviously, this is pretty challenging. That actually leads quite well into another question that we've had here in the chat. So I have to keep putting my glasses on. I can see at one level and then not at the other. Very small print, these chats. We've had a question from Tanya Latici from the European Parliament, who is asking about EU's Article 42.7 on mutual defence, the mutual defence clause. And wondering about ongoing reflections in both NATO and the EU about this clause, and whether there is a division of a mutual defence division of labour that's possible. I mean, Kathleen, you'd picked up on some of these issues here. I mean, the national dimension of this, but I think I'll turn this over to Harold and then go to James as well. Because obviously, Harold, you could give us a bit of thinking about this mutual defence clause and some of this ideas of division of labour. And James, in an earlier chat that we had in preparation for this panel, we'd flagged some of the concerns about division of labour and duplication in the sense of resilience. Michael pointed out some of the concerns from the Pentagon's point of view of weaknesses in supply chains that the pandemic has revealed. And previously, some of these questions about divisions of labour assumed that we were in some kind of steady state where supplies would not be at risk, or there wouldn't be some risks of ruptures. And clearly, actually, duplication of effort may, in fact, be necessary now in this new environment. But Harold, perhaps you could give us some more insight into thinking about the mutual defence clause and where this stands from your perspective right now as you're thinking about this 1.7 billion budget and some of this division of labour, whether that's been factored into that thinking. And then I'll move to James with some of the other aspects of this question. Thank you again, Kathleen, for your contributions there.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you for the question. In fact, of course, the cooperation between the EU and NATO is long-standing and well defined in agreement between the two on a number of areas where we are active. Military mobility is one of them, but of course, it ranges much broader. Allow me to come briefly back on Western Balkans with the mentioning of the Transport Community Treaty that we concluded lately, and where we will be able to step up our activity also with this field, and that we can extend also to the Western Balkans, not leaving that gap over there. There is now a secretariat installed in Belgrade, and we hope that we can expand on it also to make sure that we have a good implementation of the regulation that is there since last year, the 452 on screening of foreign direct investments, and that's crucially important. And it's really important that Western Balkans are included into the picture through this TCT that was signed under the last Commission. With regard to the division of labor, I think that I mean, for the fields that I'm directly responsible for, what we are looking after is a whole of government approach, so that there is a very good cooperation between all of the partners, whether they are the External Action Service and or lead Mr. Borrell, of course, spoke this morning and was very clear in his engagement in the cooperation with NATO. But also, of course, with the EU military services, and there also we link directly to the PESCO exercise that is ongoing, and so this is a quite complex construct where we make sure that we have all partners around the table, and I think that is the key to success. That we are sure that we have and member states and NATO and EU and all the different services who are all united in the actions ongoing. So in the vision of labor, I don't know whether that is a good expression. I would rather, from the experience that I have now over the past 2 years in working on the action plan, call it a unison in labor, and making sure that we don't go on the wrong track and that we do things in very, very straight cooperation between NATO and EU, and that there are the necessary links with the US, and that we can deliver on concrete areas of work. And that is what I'm very dedicated to be doing. And I think military mobility, therefore, through this whole of government approach, can be successful. So it's not a direct reply. I'm sorry, Fiona. I rather give let's say, a reply that points at where I think we need to be successful. And the money that you refer to, the 1.7, should be dealt with also in an equal way. If this money is approved end of next week, the 1.7 billion, the budget is not enormous. So we need to target that very, very carefully so that it serves the purpose. It serves this dual use between exactly where we need to land. So also the Defender exercise brought us some further lessons on what we can do on capacity for reception in ports and airports, on throughput via rail and road, and on staging where it finally lands. And finding a close unison between the different areas, between the civilian and the military, is for primary concern for us and for me here, in order to have a swift rollout. If we can demonstrate a swift rollout in a whole of government approach, I'm confident that we can do much, much more afterwards. So with that, let's say, clear remark, I would like to give back to you or to James. Thank you, Fiona.
No, that's great, Harold, because it actually links in now to a question that we're getting in, and I'll bring that to you first and then to James, from Iwan Lagadek from GW, George Washington University, who's asking whether, we, given what Michael Ryan said about the speed of relevance, that we need here, whether the time frame for the MFF and for the funding on military mobility issues is restrictive. Is it framing things in such a way that we can't respond quickly, given it's sort of the 7-year time frame and, the difficulties in obviously negotiating all of this. Is it sufficient to allow us to be relevant and to be flexible and, to be able to respond to issues as they come up? I mean, you've touched on that just yourself here. Obviously it's difficult from your perspective because, you're deeply involved in these negotiations. We know how complex they are and how much time they take. But do you think that we have enough flexibility in there to be able to deal with all the issues as they arise?
The answer is yes. I mean, we are, of course, not sitting still. We are very active in our cooperation with NATO on what is needed, very active in our cooperation with the member states as well to identify whether the military requirements can be, let's say, overlaid with the civilian ones and whether the maps are congruent or not. I indicated to you that for the maps, for instance, we have 93% of congruency, and also for the military requirements, it's the same. And so we are already preparing what could be a future project pipeline. And as soon as these discussions will be concluded, and which I expect to be swiftly, we will not, let's say, wait and sit. In fact, we would then adopt an implementing and a delegated act, both of them, until the end of the year. And the calls for proposals for projects could already come out at the beginning of 2021. In fact, Fiona, there is quite a bit of work that we could start relatively swiftly in this approach of cooperation, which will lead to rollout of projects in ports and airports along rail and along road. It is not building upon, I would say, a pipeline that has to be started. There is a tradition of implementation of such projects. What we needed and what was not done so far is that we took the military requirements into account, and that we had the reflection and the cleverness of merging these two. So I expect win-win situations, and even if a budget would not be there, then I still expect a win-win situation from the action plan and from the work that we have been doing.
because we will try to integrate that also into our regulatory where we can, so that we are more responsive and that we can do more things in the longer future. So the answer again to this question is yes, there is a sufficient robust cooperation already now. And that's also an answer to the previous question. And I expect the MFF not to be a hindrance to it, because the pipeline of projects is robust enough to consume the money as of 21.
That's great, Harold. Thanks. I'm going to come to James now. And actually, everyone's asked another question, which actually picks up directly on what you're saying here. You'll all be pleased to know that people are paying attention. So they're responding to things that you're saying. I think that this is a testament to the richness of the discussion here and everyone's excellent perspectives. Everyone's also wondering that, given actually, Harold, what you're just saying here now, that mobility is of broader benefit and have a lot of flexibility built in, but you're also trying to sell military mobility as part of larger packages for bringing European infrastructure together. He's actually wondering whether there are costs to having a broader framing of the issue like this, and whether we should actually, and this is really kind of more in the NATO frame here, James, be much more candid in prioritizing mobility to the east for, the reinforcement of the Baltics and Poland. Now, obviously, that's a great concern to the Baltic states and to Poland, but as I've been trying to kind of bring out in this discussion, we also have to be concerned about the Western Balkans, the Black Sea basin, and we've been talking about, as Harold's been saying, unity of effort here and looking at Europe as a whole and not trying to focus on just individual parts of the map. So, James, how would you, from the NATO perspective, respond, to that idea about whether we should be much more candid and absolutely prioritizing mobility to the east, specifically to the Baltics and to Poland?
Good question. And of course, we think about these things. I'll be very clear. From a NATO point of view, our Supreme Allied Commander, our top general, is responsible for a certain area of operations. And our first priority is to make sure that he can move, it's been him so far, can move troops and all necessary equipment where he needs to, up to every inch and millimeter of NATO territory. That includes the Baltic states and Poland and all of the East. That is our first priority. And we are pretty confident that we can. We need to improve some things, and we've put forces out there to make sure that our commitment to those areas is clear and to act as a deterrent. But then you're quite right. We know perfectly well that NATO's security can't be guaranteed by only securing our borders. We have to project stability. NATO is safer when our neighborhood is more safe, and that includes the Baltic Sea region. Sweden and Finland are very much caught up in what happens up there. So we work very closely with them. In the Black Sea, as everybody knows, after annexing Crimea, Russia has moved in a huge amount of high-end military capability, which they are then using to project force, to project violence into Syria. They're using it to get around into the southern Mediterranean. That affects our allies. It affects our very close partners, Georgia and Ukraine. So we're working very closely with them as well. But it's not the same. We don't have, of course, an Article 5 commitment to these countries. What we're doing our best to ensure that they are highly interoperable with us. And that can include, of course, their ability to receive forces. So they're not necessarily part of NATO Article 5 exercises, but once a year we have an exercise with Georgia, and NATO forces go there and exercise there, and so does the US, et cetera. So I think actually we're, with a sort of tiered effect, we are making sure that we can both protect our members and contribute to security beyond our borders. I did want to answer one of the issues that you raised, and that's this question of division of labor. And I think it's a really hard one, and it's a complicated one. I think when it comes to Article 5 on the NATO side and 42.7 on the EU side, frankly, I'm not that concerned. Article 5 within NATO is very clear, and that is an attack on one is an attack on all. We know what it would look like. We know how to respond. The EU is frankly developing what 42.7 would look like, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think that there's complementarity there, and we don't really see too much competition. What does have to be clear, though, is what each represents, because we couldn't have a situation where one NATO country that's also in the EU doesn't know which way to go in the moment of crisis. That has to be clear. So there has to be clarity. But I think another important point is raised by many people, but in particular by Michael, who always says nice things about other people and then shows he's the smartest guy in the room, but it's a graceful way of doing it first. We sometimes hear from countries that are in the EU and in NATO, well, we're doing it in the EU, so we don't need to duplicate it by doing it in NATO. But when it comes to resilience in particular, and that has been really made very clear by COVID, and you mentioned, for example, stockpiling. Yes, there are 22 members in both, but that's not all. And actually, there's big ones who aren't in both. So in fact, 58% of the population of NATO is not in the EU. That's about 582 million people. So it isn't enough to say it's being done in the EU, so we don't need to do it in NATO. 582 million NATO citizens are not going to benefit from that. So sometimes there will need to be duplication. We need to work out how to do that so countries that are in the EU aren't paying twice. That doesn't make sense for them either. But we cannot get into a political situation where the non-EU NATO members feel like their security is not being provided for because the EU is providing for security for EU members, and that's where it stops. So we'll have to have some very complicated political discussions. We can overcome it, but I think that's an evolution in the way we've seen the way the two organizations work together that we need to now face up to.
That's excellent, James. We have another question coming in from Seth Johnson about recent developments in military and civilian intelligence cooperation, which I think actually fits into many of the issues that we've discussed here. I mean, you emphasized, James, the need here for looking at the global picture. And obviously intelligence cooperation is a major part of that, of trying to get a full assessment of all of the threats that are facing NATO member states, as well as obviously those that are part of the EU. Now, there are obviously some challenges with this. We already touched upon the infrastructure, communications and data aspects of this with 5G and some of the debates that we've had there about security of communications, which is an important part. But how do you see, and I'll then go to Michael and Kathleen on this as well, both the state of current military and civilian intelligence cooperation and some of the future trends that we need to be mindful of?
So this is obviously a huge question. We have come light years ahead in NATO from where we were. So we've stood up an intelligence division. We know how to fuse intelligence now. And I think countries in NATO have much more confidence that NATO knows how to do it, and they are providing more and more of it. So the quality has gone up substantially. And so we're very, very satisfied with that. It's really much, much better. But I think the key point is what you have just raised, and that is our confidence in the infrastructure that we are using. And that will become very much at risk. I can mention, for example, quantum encryption or quantum decryption of classified intelligence. Once a country cracks that, then it will be impossible to crack their intelligence and very easy for them to crack ours. If we become overly reliant on or dependent on components from companies which we can't trust, then, and I'm not naming anyone in particular, but we all know exactly what the issues are out on the table. This can compromise our confidence in each other and our ability to share information. So again, we come back to resilience. Again, we come back to standards being set. Again, we come back to the kind of transatlantic cooperation that Michael was talking about. But I'd like to just conclude on that by having the same feeling of encouragement that Harold offered. Some people talk about bureaucracies being slow, and then we have rivalries. And yeah, sometimes we're slow and sometimes we have rivalries. But you see how fast the EU is moving on this. You see how well NATO and the EU are working on this. So actually, I'm pretty confident that military mobility actually gives us an example of how we can actually get on with it when we have enough funding, political direction, and a clear mission.
Thanks, James. I can see that Darb has appeared on screen, which probably means our time is almost up. But I did want to ask, Michael and Kathleen, if they had any comments on that particular critical issue before we hand over to the next panel. Michael.
Yes, thank you, Fiona. Very quickly, I agree with everything James Pathright said. I only had one exception, but I thank him for the compliment anyway. In the context of mutual defense, we have to think about political defense, economic defense, information defense. And there, the EU, as James said, is moving very quickly and has a great deal to add. So on the concept of intelligence sharing, we also need to think about law enforcement intelligence, because most of what our competitors and adversaries are doing in Europe to undermine our resilience and undermine our political cohesion is in the law enforcement realm. And so military intelligence generally comes from the outside into the alliance, looks at threats beyond our borders. But what's going on inside the alliance, again, is a law enforcement issue. Law enforcement deals with those issues, and we need to find a way to merge that military intelligence and that law enforcement intelligence so that working between NATO and the EU, we get all of our tools moving in the right direction to deal with those adversaries. Thank you.
That's an excellent point, Michael. Thank you. And Kathleen?
I would just build on that. I think Michael and James have said it very well. And the add-on I would put on there once again is the private sector. So yes to the military intelligence, yes to the law enforcement side, but a huge amount of these challenges are coming at private sector entities or civil society, for instance, NGOs and others. And that's about information sharing. It's about open source, that piece of it. And it's about trust and confidence between those entities, whether it's countries' governments and their people and their industries and their civil societies, or it's between NATO and those societies or EU. And that's where places like the Hybrid Center of Excellence and others that are trying to bridge these gaps between civil society and government are so vital.
Thank you so much. There was one last question that came in about the Arctic, which I just want to apologize to the person who asked the question that unfortunately the Arctic has just proven to be a sea too far for us to tackle in the time frame that we have. But thank you everybody for these fantastic comments. As you can see from all the questions, we had a really engaged audience, and it's just been a privilege and honor to be with you today. And Darba, over to you, and thank you so much to the EU delegation for working with us at Brookings on this very important series of events. And again, thank you to everyone.
Thanks, Fiona. That was a really great panel discussion, and I think helped those of us who are not experts in these issues to understand a little bit more the complexities around it. And my takeaway was really the sense of the EU, US, NATO really wanting to work together on these issues. So for our next segment, we will hear the perspective of an EU member state that is also a NATO member, and one that is coming from a region which feels very acutely the threat from Russia. Artis Pabriks is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense for Latvia. He has kindly agreed to speak to us from somewhere in the Latvian countryside. So the quality in this call may not be on a par with some of the other interventions we've had, but I think you will find his insights into hybrid warfare, Russia, and EU-NATO cooperation are highly relevant to our discussions here today. To lead the conversation with Minister Pabriks, I'm very pleased now to hand over to non-resident fellow at Brookings and Vice President of the Europe practice at Albright Stonebridge, Molly Montgomery. Over to you, Molly.
Well, I'm delighted to welcome today to speak with us Dr. Artis Pabriks, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of the Republic of Latvia. Minister Pabriks comes to this role with significant experience. He was previously Minister of Defense from 2010 to 2014 and also has served as Latvia's Minister of Foreign Affairs and a member of the European Parliament. Welcome, Minister Pabriks.
Thank you for inviting.
Well, I'd like to start with talking about some current events. We have seen just in the last few days that Russia has passed the constitutional amendments that will allow President Putin to remain in power potentially until 2036. At the same time, the country is dealing with one of the worst COVID-19 outbreaks in the world. How do you evaluate the situation within Russia at the moment? And how does that affect your perception of the threat it poses to Latvia and beyond?
Well, we are worried, of course, because we are bordering Russia, and there are three things which, in our view, can affect our security in perspective. The first thing is that during the last 20, 30 years, Russians did not manage to make any systematic reforms in a country. So energy exports, and as we know, prices are quite low. Secondly, also the dealing with pandemic, as you mentioned, was not extremely successful, even if they were trying to hide it. We know also along our border areas with Russia that these regions are very infected. And if you look from our perspective, any movement of persons across the border is bringing actually infection to us, because we are one of the safest islands in Europe at this moment. And because of number of these reasons, Putin's approval rating is one of the lowest, especially after the peak during the invasion in Ukraine. So by telling all this, we can imagine two types of scenarios. The first is that Russian leadership can see that it's not so easy to recover economically and also gain some political approval. So they might try to reach hand to the West. But if they will see that despite of such positive approach, possible positive, we don't know what positive means, of course, from the Russian perspective, they cannot much improve, might turn. Also, usually theory tells if people are feeling bad or countries feeling bad in Russia, then they might try to be calmer and try to first organize their home front. But in this case, there is no guarantee for this. We also see that there is interconnection between what is happening in Russia and Belarus. And we know that in August, there will be elections of president in Belarus, which is also our neighboring country and neighboring country of EU and NATO. So Russia might use this opportunity also to gain more influence in this country, which again can put additional stress on our borders. So at large, what I want to say is that we are very far from optimistic. We are worried. And that also means that despite of economic decrease because of pandemic, we are eager to stand by our budget spending for defense, and I would say that it looks like next year's budget we will be more than 2%.
Thank you, Minister Pabriks. Defense spending was certainly something I wanted to ask about. And the other Baltic states have been among the leaders in reaching their 2% commitment, as you say. Congratulations that you're planning to do that again next year and be above 2%. But given the amount of pressure that the United States has put on European allies in this administration particularly, but also previously, to reach 2%, and the fact that most allies still aren't there, as we look to the future with COVID-19 budget pressures and economic recovery, is 2% still the right target, or should we be looking at defense spending in a different way? Should it be more than 2%? Is there a better formula?
If GDP is falling, then to reach 2% actually it's easier. So I think this is also one of the reasons why we think that we definitely should stick to 2%. And just like COVID-19 did not abolish other diseases, so other threats are not abolished. So in our perspective, Europe should be engaged even more. And also looking from the Baltic perspective, relationships between North America, United States, and European allies are not on the best level. So we are also from our side trying to push such countries as Germans increase their defense spending. But to be honest, it's not so easy if we are looking to the patterns which are ruling in German society, because ironically, again, telling we, the West, or you, the West, have been the ones which have been pacifying Germans for a very long time. And to get a public support for military spending, defense spending in Germany, that needs not only courage from ministers of finance and chancellor, but it also needs a very good convincing of society. And there we are coming in, because we very early understood that this is in the Baltic interest to support Germans in changing their mindset. So we even make some kind of, let's say, deals with their think tanks in Berlin and other places, where we are coming to Germany and trying to tell how do we see the security of Europe, security of Northern Europe, and German responsibility. Because Germans are the largest country, the most capable country. And without Germany, it's extremely difficult to imagine a safer Europe, safer continent. But by saying this, it's equally very important that there is a good connection between Washington and Berlin. So if the relationship is sour, it's not good for anybody. And the last thing, but not the least, now when we are hearing that these plans about withdrawals of troops from Germany, I would try to characterize our attitude as follows. First, we first of all think that American military presence in Europe actually should be increased and not decreased. Secondly, we understand that there must be a push for Germans to do more, but presence in Germany is vital for global security, not only European and Baltic security. Thirdly, if some kind of developments continue about partial withdrawal from Germany, then of course we would welcome that these troops are staying in Europe and staying closer to the necessary areas, which mean Northern Europe, Poland, and Baltics. We are ready, and this is an official announcement, we are ready to invest to receive also a certain amount of American troops on the Latvian soil. We are ready to invest in this, and we will be extremely happy. So we are not trying here to punish Germans. We don't want to compete, and we did not tell this message until there were no real decision made in Washington. But if it's really inevitable, then we are ready to receive you.
Thank you, Minister. An important message, and it certainly gives policymakers here in Washington a lot to think about, since there are multiple offers on the table in terms of rehoming those troops if they are drawn down.
Well, we have nice beaches, so it will be beautiful.
That's true. I have spent a lot of time at them. I can vouch for that. I want to return to this idea of Russian hybrid warfare. Latvia hosts the NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence. I also noticed that Latvia recently banned RT, Russian television, from operating in the country. Disinformation is obviously a big issue around the world, but particularly as the United States ramps up for elections in November. Can you tell us a little bit about Latvia's strategy for dealing with disinformation and any other hybrid warfare tactics that you're seeing active right now?
There is no 100% medicine against such type of strategic communication from Russian or Chinese side or somebody else, because media and communication technologies are developing so fast that even the closure, for instance, of retranslating some Russian TV channels in Latvia or in Europe or in America would not 100% cut them out, because there is always internet available and etc. But what is important in a Western country? This is why we in the Baltics, we have been among the first ones also to apply for so-called NATO excellence centers in our countries. You know, one of the first cyber attacks that is in Estonia result was a positive movement, cyber center for excellence. In Lithuania, they have been, just like us, very frequently tackled by energy insecurity and pushing from Russian side. Energy Excellence Center of NATO in Lithuania. We have been establishing this strategic communication center just because of this, because we experience daily different type of communication attacks. I can tell from the recent ones also during the pandemic, where they have been trying to discredit EFP troops stationed in Latvia, telling that 20 Canadians are sick and they're bringing disease. I must tell that overall, in the last 4 months, in all our troops, during the 4 months, only 6 people were sick altogether. At this moment, we have nobody infected. So we were doing great precautions. But the answer is that we must be capable to react very quickly to these accusations and false news. We should transmit them extremely fast in mass media and also in social media. And this is what we have been doing. We have been giving announcements from the ministry immediately during the 24 hours. There have been articles always tackling this misused facts in media. We established also under the Ministry of Defense our internet portal, which is in translation called guard.lv, where you can get also updated information about different defense and security matters. So it's important that we are tackling this and we are discrediting the sources which are trying to discredit us.
Well, I think we still have quite a bit to learn from Latvia on that front here. So thank you for that. Just one final question, Mr. Minister. As there has been some drift in the transatlantic relationship, we hear more and more from Brussels and some European capitals about the idea of strategic autonomy. And that certainly creates questions in Washington about how EU and NATO defense cooperation should look moving forward, and whether there's a risk of competition between the EU and NATO as the EU moves forward with some defense planning. What is Latvia's perspective on this issue?
Well, our perspective is practical and sober. And looking from this position in the Baltics or Northern Europe, we can agree on any kind of reform or improvement in defense or security matters only if it is bringing hard capabilities. And in our understanding, the discussion about strategic autonomy is very close, in my personal view, to announcements about European army, because any kind of planning which doesn't have behind money, education, hardware, and etc., which doesn't raise capabilities, is just an empty talk. So from that perspective, nobody up to now could explain us as members of EU and voters in EU with our voice what that strategic autonomy will bring to the European continent. And we definitely don't want any type of additional misunderstandings in relationship between Europeans and Americans, because we are in the same boat. And the challenges, including China, are much, much larger. So I think that first we have to agree that we are all spending more. Second, we have to agree that we need to cooperate on the national level between countries. And third, we have to agree also how do we cooperate between NATO and EU. And I think there is no competition, because NATO responds for the hardware, while EU really could give some positive additional value as far as any type of hybrid threats, including communication issues, cyber threat, and any other things. So there is a lot of opportunities without very big definitions and words, simply to increase capabilities. We are at the border. We are not going to risk with anything here, because we paid very dearly already during the Second World War. And for other persons or countries which are further away from outside borders, these are maybe just theoretical discussions. For us, it is an existential threat. And just like, sorry to mention, maybe it's not a good example for somebody, but just like Israel, we are not going to take chances anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Very clear answer. We really appreciate you taking the time. It's been a pleasure to speak with you today. And I hope you're able to go out and enjoy the scenery.
Stay safe. And I'm giving you the scenery behind me. It's nice forest. And bring your troops here. They will enjoy it.
Thank you. We'll certainly pass the message.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence for that fascinating interview. And we now proceed to the next panel, which is on China and the technology challenge. This topic really has come up in several panels already, including some yesterday. A few years ago, it may not even be on the agenda, but today it very much is on the agenda. And what we're going to talk about, I think, is that broader sort of set of technology challenges that have arisen between the United States and Europe on the one hand and other democracies, including in Asia and China, particularly over the last few years, including over 5G. We'll be discussing whether some decoupling or diversification, as it's more increasingly called in Europe, in the technology sphere, may be appropriate, and how the US and Europe can work more closely together on new technologies like artificial intelligence and others, so not to fall into the trap maybe of 5G, whether there wasn't an effective alternative to Huawei. So to chair this panel, we're delighted to be joined by my colleague at Brookings, Lindsay Ford, who will moderate it. She's the David M. Rubenstein Fellow in the Foreign Policy Program, and we have four terrific panelists. One small programming change, Roberto Viola, who is the Director General of the Communications Network, Content and Technology at the European Commission, is unable to join us today because of a last-minute high-level meeting. And so we're very grateful for his deputy, Khalil Rohana, who will join us to speak about this topic. The other three panelists are Bridge Colby, who is a principal at the Marathon Initiative and served in a senior position in the Pentagon earlier in the Trump administration. Alice Ekman, who is a senior analyst for Asia at the EU Institute for Security Studies, and Laura Rosenberger, who's a senior fellow and director of the Alliance for Securing Democracy at the German Marshall Fund. So thank you all for joining us. And with that, Lindsay, it's over to you.
Great. Thanks, Tom, so much. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. We are going to spend the next hour, as Tom said, talking about something that's become one of the hottest topics of debate, certainly here in the United States, I think in Europe as well. And that's China's technology capabilities and some of the challenges that its growing tech influence creates in the global system. It is a huge topic. There's a lot of ground to cover in a limited amount of time, but we have an all-star panel with us, so I want you to hear from them as much as possible. We're going to jump right into the discussion. Laura, if I can come to you first. You run an initiative at GMF right now called the Alliance for Securing Democracy, as Tom said, and I think you guys have really been on the front edge here in the United States in challenging policymakers to think about the threats that they're facing in the digital space and how they need to be dealing with what folks now refer to a lot of times as digital authoritarianism. You've written a lot on this topic, so I'm hoping you can sort of help frame the problem set for us. How exactly would you outline some of the key challenges that democracies like the US and in Europe are facing from China's tech influence right now?
Thanks so much, Lindsay. It's great to see you and others on screen. And thanks so much for inviting me to join you today. As Tom noted, this is a huge topic. So I'm going to try and take sort of one piece of the elephant, if you will, and try to frame out this conversation in terms of the tech challenge that we face from China, particularly vis-a-vis democracy. And a couple of sort of points that I want to make up front. The first is that I think sometimes we tend to think about technology as its own separate space or its own separate domain for competition with China. And I think that's a really misnomer and a fundamental misunderstanding of what, in fact, we're dealing with. Technology today undergirds everything. And I think that's never been more clear than in the digital world that we are all basically working from now, living virtually in the face of the pandemic. It's really underscored to us the way in which digital technology is so fundamental to every aspect of our lives. But I think it's really important to understand that, we have all this conversation around technology. Is it neutral? Is it not? Does it help democracy? Does it face autocracy? But the reality is that both who's designing the technology and how that technology is being applied and deployed absolutely carries values with it. These technologies are shaping our fundamental realities. They're shaping the information that we get. They're shaping the way that algorithms prioritize things now when we're going shopping online. They help us think through what comes up first on our Instacart lists here in the US. I don't know what the Instacart parallel is in Europe. But our lives are being fundamentally ordered by technology. And I deeply believe that across multiple different kinds of technologies, it really matters what sort of values are influencing the trajectory of that development. So that's big point number one. Big point number two is that there's real asymmetries in this space. And we could talk about those on a couple of different dimensions. But the biggest one I want to point to here, because I think it's relevant for how we think about this challenge and how democracies need to kind of think about it as well, is an asymmetry in the economics behind the technological development. So on the one hand, in China, obviously you have a state capitalist system where not only is the party and the state taking a pretty assertive role in investing in and guiding the development of particular technologies. But of course, on top of that, for those who are familiar with the Chinese Communist Party structure, in most instances, if not all, really, I would argue in companies engaging outside of China, you have party offices or party cells that are located within all of these companies to help direct and guide their thinking. And that's, juxtaposed against a free market system where, in the US, in our technology development, in Europe, in most instances, there's a much more hands-off approach. And the idea has been that innovation in the free market should guide technologies. But when it comes to some of these big strategic technologies that are fundamentally reordering the world in which we live, particularly around artificial intelligence, but you could even talk about things like quantum computing, biotechnology, CRISPR, which is gene editing, there's a really important dimension to government investment in helping to shape strategic technologies that aren't necessarily ones that are guided by profit. And that's sort of where we see the development happening in the US. So those are two really big framing points. Let me just run through a couple of really specific things just to kind of put a little bit of meat on the bones in terms of what we're actually talking about tangibly. In the digital space where you highlighted, Lindsay, digital authoritarianism, I talk about it as techno-authoritarianism. I think we often tend to think about this in narrow ways, but I've argued that there's three dimensions to this competition. It's occurring across not only the information and data dimension, but the infrastructure that's underpinning digital technology. So 5G is obviously the most discussed here, and we can come back to that, but there's other aspects. And then the governance of it, where we've seen Beijing be particularly active in places like the UN, but also in standard setting bodies to help frame out how these technologies are governed. And obviously values go along with those governance frameworks. But I think in terms of a couple of other specific things that we should just think about today, in addition to 5G infrastructure, there's things like safe cities, which Huawei and ZTE have been particularly active in exporting, that basically create these surveillance systems within other countries. And lest our European friends think they're immune, or the US, these technologies have found their ways into a number of European cities. We're having debates over how to handle Chinese indigenous social media platforms like TikTok and WeChat. And WeChat, we know from research that the government is able to access data on WeChat users outside of China. And China's thinking about or in the process of developing a new internet protocol that would provide government more access and a separate root server that would essentially allow China to control internet traffic. So I know that's kind of a lot to throw on the table, but I just wanted to lay out the breadth of things. And I'll just sort of wrap this opening frame with two quick points. The first is that we're seeing the dimensions of, you know, how technology is core to this battle between democracy and autocracy playing out in great detail, really unfortunate detail in Hong Kong right now. What the PRC is doing to extend the reach of its frameworks around data, technology, information into Hong Kong super rapidly just underscore the importance of this space for democracies. And the second point is essentially what Tom hit on in his opening comment was, you know, we spend a lot of time thinking about and talking about how to counter these technologies, how to counter techno-authoritarianism, how to counter Chinese technologies. We need to be thinking about our own competitive offer. What are we bringing to the table? What does a democratic, technological universe look like? And how do we actually advance that? And how do we do that together? And I think that's the piece of the conversation that's been really missing to date and is urgently needed.
Thanks, Laura. Fantastic points. I definitely want to come back to you on that last point as we get a little further into the conversation. Alice, I want to turn to you though for a second. When Laura was talking, she mentioned, that one of the things we have to be thinking about is how these technologies are applied and who's using them matters. And she raised the topic of smart cities, safe cities. This is something you've written about. Because some of these technologies are in Europe too. So I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about how you see different European capitals handling the question of Chinese digital infrastructure, adoption of some of these safe cities agreements and platforms, and some of the risks you see there.
Sure, Lindsay. First of all, I want to start by saying that Europe is not naive. It's been many years now that we've been brainstorming and thinking about the threat posed by China's digital initiatives, but also in general terms related to China's investment, including in strategic sector, but also in the tech sector. You're aware of the screening mechanism for foreign direct investment. You're aware of the policy discussion here in Europe. So I really want to emphasize this point. Europe is not naive. Usually this observation is made by people who are not aware of the policy discussion in Brussels, or who are not aware of latest decision made by EU member states. But yeah, to go back to your point, I really would like to emphasize that we should not underestimate China's tech ambitions and ability to reach these ambitions. Because for a long time, both in Brussels and Washington, we were considering that China is not able to innovate, or that China, due to the political system, will always lag behind in terms of research and development, etc. Recent development on 5G has proven the contrary, but not only on 5G, on drones, on video surveillance cameras, on data gathering and analysis, we have seen that China is very competitive, has very competitive companies, and that should be acknowledged for the sake of analysis, but also for the sake of policy making. This ambition, China's tech ambition, date back from Hu Jintao, but has accelerated under Xi Jinping, who is, and I'm quoting here, he is explicitly talking about building, and let me search the exact quote because this is important. And he's saying that China always needs to develop along with social realities and technologies of the time, and he's looking to develop a modern form of Marxism, an adaptive form of Marxism that is aligned with latest technological development. And this push has been reinforced in recent years. We have seen China's investment, for example, in blockchain technologies, in trying also to restructure the norms and standards and the approach toward blockchain in a way that the party can better supervise this infrastructure. But in more general terms, we have seen China really investing in what is called safe or smart city technologies. Laura mentioned that. Lindsay, also you referred to this. This is very important because smart city is encompassing a diversity of technologies, and 5G is core to the development of smart cities. So now we are focusing on 5G, and this is understandable. But there is also a lot of other tech component in an urban environment that China has a competitive edge in, and that should be taken into consideration. And my point here is that COVID-19 has not led to a downgrading of China's tech ambitions in the field and ability to reach this ambition again. Because, for instance, if you look at smart city at time of COVID, China has used existing infrastructures, tech infrastructure, and tried to test them or improve them in the pandemic context. This applied to AI thermal cameras, also the use of drones, the use of robots. Of course, that was not even on the Chinese territory, but what is interesting is that China highly communicated through state media on this development, but also Chinese government and Chinese tech companies donated some of these products and services to foreign countries and first and foremost to developing countries. Europe is not the top target of China's tech services and products. It is one of the targets, but the top target are developing countries. For instance, to give you just two examples to be concrete, video conference equipment from Huawei have been given to Pakistan, to Kenya, to the government of these countries. Then AI thermal cameras from Dahua has been donated to the government of Lebanon. And drones have been also donated to diversity of local government, including in the Philippines and other Southeast Asian countries. These are just examples. But to say that we are seeing here, I think we from Brussels, Washington, we have a convergence of analysis about the tech challenges that China is posing. But you have a diversity of perception in the world, and you have, let's say, a group of countries, including from sub-Saharan Africa, who are seeing China's tech donation services product in a much positive lens, from a much positive lens that we are seeing. So what I'm saying here, and that will be my last point, is that in my opinion, tech decoupling is already taking place. Not just because of the tech tension observed between Washington and Beijing over the last 2 years, not because only of the entity list and China reaction and retaliation in front of this entity list released by US administration, but also because you have now countries positioning themselves in front of China's offer. Some more and more rejecting this offer based on security concern, and this includes an increasing number of EU member states who are concerned about China's 5G network provided by Huawei in particular, but other countries who are really enthusiastic about China's tech offer. And I'm mainly here thinking about countries outside Europe, so I want to nuance really the perception here. But this diversity of perception should be taken into account because China is not alone technologically, and even if there is growing transatlantic convergence on China's tech challenge, I believe that we will observe increasingly a diversity of services and products provided by China, but also a diversity of norms, and also a rapprochement between China and Russia on tech issues that we should not underestimate. We could develop a lot about China-Russia cooperation, but I would stop here to say that for me, technological decoupling is just at the first stage. It's emerging, and I'm expecting further consolidation independently of transatlantic convergence on the issue, which is also emerging in a significant way.
Great, thanks, Alice. So you've walked us into what is obviously a really hot topic on the subject of tech right now, and this is the idea of decoupling. And Bridge, if I can come over to you for a second, because I think Alice is right. Certainly that the debate at this point is not really over whether or not decoupling is happening or should happen. It is. The question now, I think, and this debate's playing out domestically in the United States between different constituencies, but also I think between the US and Europe, where there may be some differences of opinion, is sort of how far and how fast, how wide does this decoupling proceed? So can you talk me through, I guess, how you sort of see the state of that debate here in the United States, and in particular, in your experience at the Pentagon, maybe where you see some of the points of tension between where the national security community is on this question and perhaps the technology sector and businesses themselves.
Sure. Well, thanks, Lindsay, and fascinating comments from the previous panelists, and great to be on the panel with them. I mean, just to be kind of telegraphic, I mean, I think the decoupling debate there's a bit of a straw manning out there, not certainly by you, but sometimes about a kind of a pursuit of complete decoupling. And I think really what we're likely to move towards our sort of criterion is to diminish China's coercive leverage. And that's going to vary across different countries. But I think what Alice just said tracks, sort of my intuition or my instinct, but it's gratifying and refreshing to hear that, because I think that indicates that Europe's own assessment of the dangers of excessive integration with China are going to be are also significant as well. I mean, I think Aaron Friedberg, I think led a project that National Bureau of Asian Research did recently on what decoupling might look like. I think we don't know exactly what the specifics are going to be. But I think where there are these, and I think Laura touched on them eloquently, these enormous vulnerabilities, the contours and extent of which we don't fully appreciate yet, but which are clearly very significant and get to the most intimate aspects of our lives, and therefore are rife for opportunities for coercion. I think we're going to have to play it cautious on these issues, of course, like 5G. But also, social media, all kinds of the technology, the sort of commanding heights of the technological environment. And of course, that also applies in the military sphere to defense and defense relevant technologies. I mean, I think we sort of all know where this is going to have to go. We're sort of struggling to get there for various reasons, but I think we're going to have to together create market scale across the Atlantic, but just as, if not more importantly, also with markets like Japan, Australia, India, et cetera, that are able to compete with the size of the Chinese market. I mean, my understanding, and I'm not an expert on AI, but my understanding is that at least at this phase in technological development, you really want, quantity of data is a major issue. And of course, the Chinese have well over 1 billion people. That may not be true in the future, but I think that it's sort of a useful example of the fact that you need market scale. Now, Americans have problems with how Europe treats American technology companies and other issues. Europeans have problems with how we treat, aspects of your companies and market issues. So, I mean, I think the fundamental reality, though, is that we're going to increasingly have to see those debates within the broader context of the fundamental priority of the China challenge in both of our geopolitical assessments, certainly in the United States, but I think in Europe as well. And I think, Tom's point at the beginning, which is that this would have been maybe not even mentioned a couple of years ago, but is now sort of the defining feature of this conversation, in a sense, I think is the most persuasive aspect of it at all, that it's not a kind of a debated point, but that we all need to grapple with this. And then we're going to need to put this into the, and in the defense context, I mean, I think, this is where one of the areas where I think a more robust sort of profile or avenue for Europe and even the European Union, certainly not in contravention to NATO, but in concert and compatible with NATO, for defense industry, for the opportunity to sell, obviously, to their own market and militaries, but even ultimately to the U.S. market would be something that we should be willing to encourage, because we can't at the same time insist only on buying American all the time. That's easy for me to say. I'm not accountable to workers in a factory in a congressional district, but I think that's where, on the defense side, we're going to have to make sure that we have the degree of security assurance and that sort of thing. But ultimately, we want Europe to have its own ability to contribute, again, that scale just in the defense space as much. And if we can buy an anti-ship cruise missile that, say, a Norwegian company makes, well, we should be able to do that, especially given that we're going to have, we're going to have much less margin in competing with a very, very sophisticated and growing PLA.
Thanks, Bridge. Your point, I think, built on what I'm hearing from Alice as well as Laura, which is that, we really need to be thinking perhaps not as much about decoupling all the time, but about this idea of recoupling. How do we actually begin thinking about coordinating more effectively as allies and as democracies? And Laura, this comes back to what you said at the beginning about the point that essentially we've been on defense a lot, and we need to think about how we more proactively go on offense, ideally in a combined way as allies. So you've put ideas out there, in particular for dealing with some of the challenges of disinformation in a more proactive way between allies. Can you sort of walk through, I guess, some of your thoughts on what a more proactive combined alliance strategy might look like?
Yeah, absolutely. And it actually relates, I think, to some of the points that the Bridge was just making too on AI and data. So let me kind of walk through a couple of points there. I mean, I should also just sort of put my cards on the table in terms of my bias on this, which is that particularly when it comes to some of the social media space and the sort of information technology aspects of the internet world, if you will. I believe that right now the model that the U.S. has to offer, which is surveillance capitalism, is fundamentally putting us at a disadvantage in a competitive environment with China. Alice is exactly right that a lot of the technologies that China's marketing is aimed at more developing parts of the world. And in so many of those spaces, I've had conversation upon conversation with whether it's civil society actors or government actors who simply don't really see a difference between Chinese technologies with significant government insight into data and US technologies with significant unaccountable private sector companies profiting off of data. And while I have a view on a distinction there, the bottom line is we are losing if what we are offering is profit off of data, if our data is what is driving and for sale. And so I think that a core of what we have to do to make a more competitive offer and to develop a model that is much more attractive. Number one is be much more robust in how we think about data. And this comes in a couple of different ways. I mean, one, obviously, Europe has really led with GDPR and is far ahead of the United States in thinking about data protection. But that's only one aspect of the challenge. The US needs to catch up there, but then we need to think more broadly about how do we ensure that data is able to be used for these critical technologies like AI that Bridge noted, where data is absolutely central, but done in a way that protects people's privacy and that doesn't make us the thing that's up for profit, right? That's point one. And I could go into a whole long riff on how, the data infrastructure and ad tech is actually core to why disinformation goes so viral. If we were to short circuit some of those abilities to use data to drive, how we are driving engagement on platforms toward virality and all that, we would be able to rewire things so that some of that disinformation would not be quite as pernicious in its effect. So the data piece of it is core. There are some interesting ideas that other colleagues have put out there. I'll just cite one, which is to create almost a Schengen zone, an Internet Freedom League. This is Dick Clark and Rob Kanaki have proposed this, essentially an area of democracies that join together on certain principles to say, data flows freely within our borders under these principles and with these values. Now, I have some concerns about that approach in the sense that I think it will leave a lot of the developing world out of our Freedom League. And that they won't be able to meet the standards, and that means in a bifurcated internet future, China's going to get more of the world than we will, which for a whole lot of reasons is probably not where we want to end up. But the reality is, I think we need to be having those conversations, and the US and Europe need to be talking about data governance in addition to data protection and data privacy in a much more robust and alliance way. The other thing I'll just note, name checking another colleague's work here, Andrew Imbrie at Georgetown's Center for Security and Emerging Technology has written about AI and alliances and ways we can do much more pooled data sharing and other ways of actually bringing together and leveraging one another in this space. So I think that's one really, really big point. The data piece of this is core. I think oftentimes we look at these technologies sort of from the endpoint rather than thinking backing it up, and how can we actually collaborate and cooperate more on the sort of leading edge piece where I think we actually can do a little bit more together. So I'll pause there in the interest of time.
Great, thanks, Laura. So on this question of data governance, Alice, I'd like to just come back to you, because obviously the US and Europe may have some different perspectives on this thus far, which, if we're going to get to a place of greater alliance coordination, we have to begin to close the gaps on. I'm curious if you have some thoughts on how do we actually begin to do that in a practical way? How do we move towards something that looks more closely aligned than where we are now?
Thanks for this question, Lindsay. I fully agree with what Laura just said about governance of data, or data governance versus data protection. It's important to protect data, but it's also important to invest in the field of data governance, but also to invest in a field that scares us as democracies, which is the surveillance dimension of tech. You know, we talked about smart, safe cities earlier. In Europe, there is this question about, including during the pandemic crisis, you know, to use or not to use surveillance, you know, thermal camera, AI surveillance, facial recognition, all this, you know, for example, French regulation does not allow it, etc., and probably for good reason, with data, due to data protection, personal, you know, freedom, etc. But if we don't invest the field that scares us, means the security, that dark, so-called dark dimension of tech, this will be left to countries which will shape these technologies according to their own political system, and will export these technologies to other political systems, and step by step shape you know, technology infrastructure and urban infrastructure that is not in line with our values, principle, etc. So what I would suggest is that instead of putting on the side, you know, the element of tech use that scares us, we should fully embrace that. For example, I think we should fully invest in safe city, not in, you know, not necessarily in a way that is running counter to our democratic system, but on the contrary, to safeguard democracy, we need to invest in the field so that we can shape norms, standards, but also use of these technologies that are in line with our political system, and also that can be competitive abroad, including towards countries which are not so-called like-minded, because there is a lot of, you know, discussion about coalition among like-minded countries on technologies, etc. Sure, but the competition is also elsewhere, and I think this should be very taken into account, because if we don't invest in the surveillance and security dimension of technologies, step by step, our cities, our countries will also might lead towards a form of. I mean, they might be just backward in terms of because fully investing in technologies in an urban environment is also good for the economy, is also good for security of the territory that is concerned, etc. I won't go too far, but I think there is, it is not black and white. It's not, okay, this is a scary type of technology that we should be careful of, and this is something that we should have a different look at some of the technologies that are developed in countries, so that we can channel these technologies in a way that is compatible with our political system. A second point I wanted to make is ecosystem, or let's say platform. I mean, earlier we talked about building alliance, and there is several initiatives, including transatlantic one in that direction, but also between the US and Japan. But China on its side now is building conglomerates of tech companies that are working together to provide package to local governments in China, but also to local governments abroad, in a way that that basically they have an infrastructure that is fully compatible with technologies that are working in a comprehensive way. I'm thinking, for instance, to give an example about the PASS package, which is China's smart city architecture in cooperation with Ping An, which is a famous insurance company in China, Alibaba, which is an e-commerce company, Tencent that you know, and Huawei. These companies are working together to build a safe smart city package, right? So if we don't take into consideration the ecosystem or the comprehensive dimension of technologies, we build component and not making sure that these are compatible, we will not be competitive anyway, and it's already starting to be the case. So building an ecosystem of technologies, partly independently of the nationality, it can be from US, from Europe, from other countries who may share same vision of this type of technologies use, etc., and same interest. A last point I wanted to make, which is indirectly related to your question, but I still want to make it, is that now we are witnessing an indirect but strong relation between geostrategic and geopolitical issue and technology. To give you an example, India just banned 59 Chinese apps, partly in relation with tension regarding the border. And this will continue. Hong Kong situation, possible development in Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, all this are leading to diplomatic tensions between countries, including between European countries and China, that leads to retaliation potentially on both sides. At least from a European perspective, I can assure you that perception on tech challenge, China's tech challenge, is also related to perception of China geostrategic challenge at large. And so we should anticipate also the evolution based on geopolitical tension and geostrategic tension. Now that there is no time and no place to divide with strong ceilings between technology, maritime issue, security issue in a strict sense, economics. All this is more and more interrelated, and at least that's the case from a Brussels perspective.
That's great points, Alice. Bridge, I think I want to come to you. I think we've got time for about one more question before we go to some Q&A from participants. But picking up on Alice's point about if we actually want to be competitive, we need to think about how we sort of lean in together, including with our companies. And you mentioned before in the defense space that there's potentially a lot of opportunity for alliance coordination, which I fully agree with. One of the challenges here, obviously, is everyone has their own defense industries. So what do you do to actually create, I guess, more of an alliance ecosystem as we start thinking about innovation in the defense space?
Great. Well, thanks. Actually, I think maybe I'll answer your question, but a little bit broader, more stepping back in a second. And I thought both the comments just now were really interesting. And I was expecting to disagree a lot more with what Laura said. I ended up agreeing with a surprising amount of it. But I do want to, maybe I'll, just for the sake of being controversial, I do want to pour cold water on the idea that we should set a high threshold for the degree of transatlantic coordination and collaboration on some of these tech issues, and particularly dealing with privacy, the shape of the internet. I mean, this is a point I make regularly. I try to make regularly in the transatlantic context, is that I think we talk a little bit too much about values and the fact that we're all democracies. I mean, ultimately, the world is becoming, this is the sort of great power competition thing, and there's a debate about how much that is shaped by ideology. I think fundamentally it's a structural issue. And I think on point is that Americans and Europeans disagree about a lot of issues relating to those values and what exactly, once we get beyond issues of democracy and human rights and these kinds of basic things. And frankly, Americans disagree with each other. I mean, I think the question, I mean, I was sort of encouraged to hear Laura talk with some skepticism about correct me if I'm mischaracterizing you, but as I understood it, the big tech companies and what they might do with your data. I think that's very valid. And I think there's a wide swath of the American public that would agree with that today. And I think there's probably true in Europe as well. So I think we should have a kind of a fairly low bar for what we're trying to achieve in terms of the content that goes into this kind of the political side, if you will, of this technology. I mean, I would prioritize things like free speech. I mean, I know Laura is super concerned about the disinformation issue. I think disinformation is an issue. I'm more concerned about free speech. Now, that's an issue that we're not going to resolve here, but I think it's important in the transatlantic context that we not just kind of cover that up. Not that you were trying to, but just to kind of surface that debate, because I think if we think about it, and sometimes I think that the transatlantic conversation sort of isn't as candid and fronting about these debates in practical terms as it should be. On the defense industry side, I mean, I think this is a tough issue, but I mean, look, I mean, I basically look at it as that the PRC economy is going to continue growing. They're only dedicating roughly probably about 2% of their GDP to defense, so they're actually considerably below the United States. And say what you will about Xi Jinping, I'm sure he'd be willing to go higher. I mean, he's willing to pick a fight with India. So, we're going to have to prioritize. My view, I think we're going to have to prioritize heavily on China, and that'll be an interesting thing. I was interested in what Vice President Biden was talking about. Talking a lot about Russia the other day, and I think this will be an interesting thing going forward. My view is that Europe should focus more on European security, and particularly NATO should focus on the territorial integrity of the European North Atlantic area, particularly Europe. And then maybe the EU and others can focus more on, to some extent, that, but also the Near East, Mediterranean, and North Africa. And the United States then would be able to cap and ultimately, over time, reduce its actual, not its sort of political commitment and its willingness to come to the aid Europe in its defense, but it's kind of a concrete dollars and cents and numbers of troops commitment would go down. And I think this is where there's a potential for a concord with President Macron's vision of a more vigorous Europe and to some extent a more autonomous Europe. If autonomy means not doing what the US is and creating a third pole, I don't think that's going to fly. But if it's in the context of a broader alignment of this sort of more minimalist nature, then I think there's a lot to talk about. And then the US should be willing to give on issues like buying European defense equipment. That would seem like a pretty clear way that we could have some trade space with Europe to say, okay, we're going to do less in the European context. I don't think Europe can make much of a difference from a military perspective in the Pacific. So if you kind of take the lead here, well, I mean, obviously American military buying its own European stuff is one thing, but there are many other aspects of regulation and information sharing and technology sharing that I think, I mean, it seems to me from a strategic perspective, we would benefit with a more liberal kind of perspective towards Europe. But again, I'm not representing a congressional district, so the fact that I say it's probably not that meaningful. Hey, Lindsay, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Thank you. So thank you, Bridge. And we've just actually been joined by our final panelist. So I think what we're actually going to do here is, unfortunately, I want to make sure he has a chance to talk. So we may have to skip the Q&A session. And I think we're going to do probably a little swap, because I know we will unfortunately lose Laura Rosenberger shortly. But we have Khalil Rouhana with us now. And so I want to give him a chance to offer some remarks. Khalil, we have covered an amazing array of topics over the course of this panel, ranging from data governance and privacy to AI to defense cooperation. So I just want to give you, I guess, an opportunity now, if you'd like to weigh in with some of your own perspectives, in particular on how Europe is thinking about managing the China tech challenge and some of the key debates you think are happening and that you are participating in that will continue to unfold in the coming months. Perhaps we have lost Mr. Rouhana. Okay. Unfortunately, we will just move forward then. So we have one question that I will throw to, we have one question I will throw to our panelists right now. And that is, what should be the West's approach towards China's deployment of tech in developing countries, and how will that play into the current geopolitical issues in those regions? Laura, I know you have to pop off, so why don't I give you a minute or two to say something, and then Alison Bridge, I'm happy to come over to you.
Great, thanks. And apologies that I do have to drop early. This has been a really rich discussion, so I'm super happy to have been able to make this work. But I think this is a great question, and there's so many things I could say in response to this, but I'll just focus on the one big one in my mind, which is the U.S. And our democratic allies, U.S. and Europe in particular, both, I think, really need to be present. U.S. retreat from the world that we've really seen over the past few years has created significant vacuums that China has been able to take advantage of. And even before that time, these are not parts of the world that the U.S. was necessarily prioritizing. China's different approach to economic investment as opposed to U.S. economic aid, China's, at least on the surface, pretends to attach less strings. We all know that it comes with much more coercive and different sorts of strings later on. But that is an attractive thing, I think, to a lot of developing parts of the world. But the U.S. needs to be present, and Europe needs to be present. And I'll make sort of two specific points on this. One is, Alice's point, really important point on the ecosystem and focusing on all these different technologies and how they interact, all these different companies and how they're interacting. I firmly agree with that, particularly again in the developing country space. And I would layer on top of that these technologies also generally are not exported just as technologies. They come with training packages. They come with, personnel from China that, that come and operate things. There's often data feeds back to China. Sometimes personnel is taken to China from different countries, and Chinese officials often help countries write laws that are more favorable to these kinds of digital authoritarian technologies, and they end up being laws that look a whole lot like China's. So we need to understand this full scope of how these technologies are exported and are deployed to other countries, and be much more present and involved in building capacity, in having all sorts of exchanges. And in the European context, I would just note, there's been some really interesting thinking that's being done. And I agree with Alice, Europe is certainly not naive to these challenges in any way. We do have some different approaches, but Europe has been doing a lot of thinking, particularly President Macron and his government, as well as the new EU leadership, is doing a lot of thinking about what Macron has called sort of a third way for Europe in the digital space, right? And he's talked about having something that is, a sovereignty approach that is distinct from China's sort of overreaching government internet and the U.S. sort of private sector internet. And, President von der Leyen has said similar things about technological sovereignty. And so I think, Europe's doing some interesting thinking there. My only comment on that would be, I hope to see it have ambitions beyond just Europe. It's thinking about European digital space alone. And if we are going to actually be competitive in this contest with China in the technological space, I think we need to be thinking about a democratic space and doing that together. So I hope that thinking can build to something beyond just Europe's borders. So thanks.
Great, thanks, Laura. Really appreciate that. It looks like we now have Mr. Houlahan with us. So I will actually pop over to him now. We are discussing the question of how to deal with the export of Chinese technology to developing countries and the potential impact that will have. But as I realize you're just joining us, Mr. Houlahan, if you would like to take a minute and just offer some broader remarks in your thoughts on how Europe is approaching the China tech challenge and some of the regulatory issues that countries, national governments, and the European Commission are working through, we'd welcome that from you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the hiccups in the connection. It's the technology stuff. Thank you very much. I had the opportunity to listen to Elbridge, in fact, part of Alice's speech, but I could not speak. So in fact, what we consider as important for the digital transformation of our economy and society. So technology is not here for technology, it's because it has impact on our lives, as we know, and on our economy. The way we see it is a digital transformation that safeguards, and sorry for Elbridge, I don't think he mentioned that we're overdoing on this. in fact, we're not. So it's a digital transformation that respects our values, indeed, i.e. our democratic processes, i.e. our fundamental rights, but also that help us develop a society and economy that correspond to our other policy priorities, like the Green Deal, like our environmental challenges, our climate challenges. So we see digital transformation as a key part of the development of our societies and economies for the future, indeed. And therefore, it is important for us to have a legal framework that enables us to do this. And there is a fundamental way, approach to the way we approach legal issues and legal frameworks that sometimes gives, I would say, two paths for the same objectives between us and the US, which is, the ex ante vs ex post type of approach to law. And we, in Europe, we have an ex ante established tradition in terms of legal frameworks. And that explains, the legislation we put in place. But also because we have citizens that are key, that for them, a digital transformation cannot be hazardous. A digital transformation has to respect what what the acquis of the European democracies in terms of fundamental rights, in terms of respect of privacy, of personal information, etc. And I think on the whole, the way we approach the society, of course, the same. We have very similar approaches to the development of our societies and economies in the liberal way with the US. It's just that sometimes we take different paths, but ultimately, I think the goal is the same. But these different paths can create tensions, and we try to explain and engage in dialogues with the US at different levels, with the government, of course, from the EU public side, but also with the private actors, because Europe is open, and a large part of our digital activity in Europe is done with American-based companies and US-based companies, and they're welcome to operate in Europe. So we have this dialogue with industry, we have a dialogue with civil society, we have this dialogue with governments. I think lately we've been doing less of that, and we need to do more, I would say, in the future. I think that's important. But we know as well that we will not be able to have a digital transformation that is in line with our aspirations if we don't master the technology, if we don't have a strong industrial base in this area, if we're not able to attract investments into Europe. So we're very careful with that as well, make sure that we have a framework that still, favors investments in Europe, favors business development in Europe, favors favorable to attract talents in Europe, the best talents in this area. We have a lot of effort to do in this area, and this is our engagement. Digital transformation and the climate, addressing the climate challenge, are the two biggest priorities for the Union today, and we saw it in the recovery package. We act on the legislation side to create a balanced framework that create a trust in the digital transformation, and we think it's essential. We think it is essential. It is what Europe likes. This is the trademark of Europe, and I hope it's a trademark that we use also with our like-minded economies, the US, Japan. The trust is extremely important, and we know it. Trustful development. So that's a legal framework that also creates stability for industry to invest, for investments. We're working on the legal side. We're working also on the investment side, and we proposed major investments to be done in Europe in partnership with the private sector. And we said it's welcome. Anyone who would like to come and invest in Europe, follow the way and help us contribute to the development of the digital transformation across the world in line in the way we see it and the way we think it should develop together with our like-minded economies. They're more than welcome. It's the way we see it. And we're engaged. We're not doing this against anyone. We understand the specificities of every region, and we don't want to preach to anyone. We just have a way of addressing it that is in line with what our citizens think. And then we show the way, and we think it's the right way. And we invite our trading partners around the world, including China, to see what we do and see how it fits with what they do. We're not naive. I mean, I think it's very clear we're not naive either, and we're not addressing it with naivety. We're looking for fair competition, for a level playing field all across the world. We know how the importance of digital technologies on security, on defense. They're essential. It's a core technology, and we're not going to let it go for Europe. It's important that we maintain our presence in this area, and we're committed to that. And we're committed also to make sure that we are engaging with our partners on similar grounds. We repeat it to all our partners around the world. We repeat it to our Chinese, to the Chinese government. Indeed, we highlighted laws in China that might not be in line with what we think is a fair competition, what we think is a way to address personal data, etc. So we engage in the digital and the tech development of the future, and in particular digital technologies, in a way that is in line with what Europe does. What does? It's based on stable legal frameworks, transparency, democracy. It's based also on a willingness to make sure that we contribute with a very dynamic innovation ecosystem, that we have a strong industrial base so that our contribution is meaningful. I don't think we will be able to have the digital transformation that we want if we don't have a solid basis, and we'd like to develop with our partners. I think EU and US have a lot in common, and if we look at the investments, cross-Atlantic investments, where they're still the highest, and we would like that to continue. And I think there is room for improving in terms of explaining how we do things for the future.
Thank you so much. Well, I know there is a full program today, so I think I need to turn the floor back over to Tom so that they can move on. But I think certainly today's conversation has highlighted that there is certainly a lot of work to be done as allies, much to discuss, and a lot of room collectively that we can think more creatively about these problems in the future. So thank you very much to all of our panelists. I so appreciate you joining us. And I'll turn the floor back over to Tom now.
Lindsay, thank you so much. That was really a fascinating panel, and thank you to all of our panelists for joining. So we now enter into the last full panel of the two-day forum, which I think very appropriately is a dialogue with legislators. So with leading members of Parliament in Europe and in the United States to discuss sort of the broad range of transatlantic defense issues and to see how they sort of play out in the political context. So we have three terrific panelists here. Will Hurd is a representative from Texas at the House of Representatives. He formerly serves in the CIA, and he's played a leading role on technology and other issues and thinking about those over the last 5.5 years during his time in the Congress. He will be joining us by video at the end. He very much wanted to participate in person, but due to a scheduling complication, we now have him on that video at the end. In person and live, we will have Chrissy Houlahan, who is a member of Congress, Democratic member of Congress from Pennsylvania. She's a former officer in the US Air Force and has played a leading role in the Congress since she was elected 2 years ago in thinking and working on defense issues. And Sikorski, who is formerly a Minister of Defense from Poland and is now an MEP from Poland and is one of the leading voices in Europe on foreign and defense policy. So we thank all three for their time on this panel. So we'd like to, I think, discuss some of the issues came up already, but I'd like to turn to Radek first, if I may, and really to ask you about the role of the EU in the transatlantic relationship. Radek, you, of course, spent time in the United States, worked over here for a while, have a very long history in sort of working with the United States on foreign policy. And I think it's fair to say that one of the issues that maybe is most difficult for Americans to grasp is sort of the nature and role of the EU in foreign policy. Here in the US, Americans are sort of accustomed to thinking about NATO when they're not thinking about sort of bilateral defense relationships and bilateral foreign policy relationships. So my question to you is, you know, how have you seen this evolve over the course of your career? What moment do you think we are in now, particularly given that, you know, if from the White House there's, say, a greater skepticism of the EU, maybe than there has been in the recent past, and having sort of, you know, maybe listened to some of the conversations over the last couple of days, but certainly the broader debate about the need for the EU and the US to work more closely together, how optimistic are you that we can have a really sort of solid and deep sort of cooperative relationship between the EU and the US compatible with NATO going forward?
Hello, everyone. Well, we have pledged ourselves in the Lisbon Treaty to have a common foreign and defense policy, but despite what the High Representative has just said, he is actually not being loyally supported by the member states. On most important issues, ministers agree a policy in Brussels and then pursue their own national policies in parallel to the EU, which makes us less effective. We have also pledged ourselves to do more in the area of defense. But here we have a dilemma. On the eastern flank, Europe is threatened by Russia, and that's a job that Europe, the tearing of which is not a job that the EU can take up. For this, NATO is still essential, and we cannot do without the United States. But I think the United States should be pleased if the EU took care of its southern neighborhood. It was Britain and France who took the lead on Libya with mixed results. But the rest of North Africa is not exactly stable either. And just like you wouldn't count on us to help you in your southern neighborhood, so I think we could bear the burden of leadership by just protecting our southern perimeter more effectively. But for that to happen, the EU's defense policy would have to get serious. And whether or not it is serious, you can gauge precisely by following the money. And here I'm disappointed that the original proposals in our multi-annual budget, 13 billion euros for 7 years, which was not huge to begin with, have been pared down further as a result of the economic downturn following the pandemic. So I'm afraid Europe will not be a player in the defense field for the foreseeable future, which is a pity. We are trying to do some with research projects, maybe some procurement, but only on new systems. I would like the permanent structured cooperation of the EU to be more ambitious, and I'd like to see Europe creating at least a symbolic force that could actually be deployed in an emergency. And I think this can all be done not just in compatibility with NATO. I think given the challenges that the US is facing in the Middle East and in particular in East Asia, I think the US would be relieved if Europe took up its burden in the Balkans and in North Africa. And I hope we can collaborate even more fruitfully on this in the future.
Thank you so much. Representative Houlahan, Chrissy Houlahan, if I could bring you in, and just to ask you a version of the same question, really about the role of the EU in transatlantic defense policy. Over the last few years, maybe the EU has been a little bit of a controversial topic. President Trump, of course, has made it known as sort of skepticism of the European Union, seeing it partially as an economic competitor. On Capitol Hill, there's been very strong support for NATO, but I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about both how you and how the Congress overall sort of sees the role of the EU in fitting into that transatlantic relationship, and maybe some of your reactions to what we just heard in terms of how the EU has been improving its defense capabilities, and maybe with some challenges still remaining to come in the years ahead.
And I apologize that I just joined you, thank you, a little bit late, and I'm going to switch glasses so I can see you a little bit better. So I wasn't able to hear the entire first question or the original question, but I was able to hear a little bit about the answer. You're right. I think that the United States would welcome more European involvement in terms of its defense and the defense of that larger region. You're right that this last several years of this administration has been difficult for us to be able to navigate through. Our relationship collectively, our historic relationship remains incredibly important. And I hope that the European Union and NATO has seen our commitment remains and is steadfast from a congressional standpoint to the European Union and to NATO as well. But we are in interesting and difficult times where we are increasingly as a nation kind of pulling back, becoming a little bit more isolationist in our expectations and a little bit more demanding of our allies in terms of how they defend themselves and how they defend our collective values. And so I think that my hope is that you're seeing that there is a contradiction of sorts that is coming from the Congress versus from the administration, bipartisanly from the Congress, a real rallying to the cause of NATO and to the cause of the EU. But you're right, I think it's pretty hard to separate out what is a narrative that is about economic competition and the narrative about making sure that we're also still military allies and are working together to secure our common national security interests. And so it's a complex formula that we're all trying to navigate ourselves through.
Thank you. If I could follow up with you just, and then we'll go back to Radek after this. But one of the themes over the last 2 days of discussions in the forum has been China. It's come up in almost every panel. We just had a panel discussion specifically on China and technology, and the High Representative Josep Borrell from the EU spoke earlier about sort of the era of a more naive Europe having come to an end, and Europe having to develop more hard power, and he proposed this dialogue with the US on China a few weeks ago. I was wondering if you could maybe tell us, do you think that China is an issue, the China challenge is an issue that the EU and the US should be working on in particular, and where do you sort of see that headed maybe over the next few years, or what should be done in respect of it?
Sure, and I'm very fortunate in the Congress that I'm able to serve both on the Armed Services Committee as well as the Foreign Affairs Committee, and that is a fairly unusual purview that a member of Congress is able to have. And I also am fortunate in that I've spent a lot of my career prior to joining Congress thinking and focusing on Asia and China in particular as a businesswoman. And so I come at this with those two, perspectives. One is China in many ways is taking advantage of the United States' increasingly isolationist tendencies and filling the void. And they're filling the void not only in places like Africa and in Asia, but also, frankly, in Europe as well. And so we collectively, I believe, need to be concerned about the rise of China, not just in terms of their economic ability, but also in terms of what their influences are on things like cybersecurity, things like 5G technology, things like ports and building infrastructure and Belt and Road issues. And I do think that we need to be a lot more aggressive collectively together in our collaboration and cooperation to make sure that the rise of China is contained. In my opinion, they are not a good actor. In my opinion, they are a nation that we need to always keep our eyes on. We have a competitive relationship with them, but unlike our European allies, it is not historically one that is a relationship of being allies with them. So I would like to see us working collectively on those issues, and also, as importantly, on the issues of human rights. As we know, China also has a pretty poor track record in the area of human rights and their treatment of populations within their boundaries as well as externally. And so I'd like to see us have a more active role collectively in working through those issues as well. All of that will require a lot more cooperation and international engagement than we've had in the last several years of this administration.
Thank you. Radek, if I could turn it back over to you, and on the topic of China, I mean, there's really been a pretty dramatic shift, it seems, in Europe over the last few years, largely driven by China's behavior, you know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, certainly up until 2015, Europe sort of had an approach generally which was premised on the idea that economic engagement with China would lead to more sort of political cooperation. Since sort of the Made in China program for 2030 launched in 2015, there's been a bit of a sea change, and we now see a greater skepticism, more controls, investment controls, sort of a stronger position on trade. And the Parliament in some ways has played maybe a leading role in this, in speaking up on the skeptical side when some of the governments have been a bit sort of divided on this. I'm wondering if you could just maybe give us your perspective on how enduring do you think this shift is? How would you characterize it? And if we do see this US-EU dialogue on China, which High Representative Borrell and the Secretary of State Mike Pompeo agreed to recently, do you think that that could get legs? And do you think we may see some real substantive action through it? That's too erratic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, yes. Yeah.
I think we all in the West made a bet in the 1990s that as China gets wealthier, it will liberalize first its economy and then possibly even its politics. And let's be clear, we lost that bet. It was the United States that advocated China's admission into the World Trade Organization and giving it the status of a market economy. And I think some of us now regret it. I think we should work closely on this. And I'm glad that the US administration seems to have worked it out that a two-front war with Europe and China at the same time is a bad idea. I'm glad that we're no longer a foe. But there is a difference of perspective. For us, China is a challenge in many fields. Ideological, it's a communist dictatorship. Industrial, commercial, ethical in the way that they research and make things. Human rights, of course, cyber, almost all fields except military. Because US allies on the periphery of China are not Europe's allies. And in fact, I think it works the other way. If the United States mishandled its competition with China and got into something worse than a cold dish conflict, we would fear that the US would then withdraw its forces from Europe. So we have an interest in helping you to manage your competition with China in an orderly fashion. But I have already fielded amendments in various EU documents calling for the re-establishment of COCOM. This was the coordinating committee that worked very well in the Cold War in monitoring the transfers of technology to the then communist world. Except that we should broaden its limit. It shouldn't be just technology. It should also be inward investments, and it should be ethical standards of researching and making things. And we should work with like-minded democracies to monitor minimum standards of doing these things in relations with non-democracies such as China and Russia. And I think we could do it informally without treaties, and we could do it fast and effectively.
Very interesting. Yeah, the resurrection of COCOM. It gets to this larger question about that came up earlier in the previous panel about decoupling and diversification. Chrissy, I was wondering if we could come back to you on that, and then I want to turn to Russia and disinformation. But you know, the whole sort of crisis of COVID-19 has in some ways awakened politicians in Europe and the United States on this question of interdependence and being overly dependent on China, maybe some other countries for critical supplies. It seems like there is a bit of a bipartisan push for greater resilience on that front. And then some are concerned that there could be unintended economic consequences from that. What we just heard is that Europe may be interested in working with the United States on that as a trusted partner. So it wouldn't be sort of every nation for itself, but we might see more sort of a bloc or an alliance approach. Could you just talk to us a little bit about your perspective on just the lessons maybe of COVID-19 in terms of this interdependence and supply chain, you know, critical supplies argument?
Yeah, so my background is actually in inventory management and supply chain. That's basically what I've done as a professional for all of my adult life until coming to Congress. And so this conversation about our vulnerabilities as a nation and also globally, when something like pandemic exposes what our supply chain actually looks like and how complex and complicated it is something that's really interesting. And then you layer on top of that the issue of supply chain is about life or death situations, whether or not we're able to, as an example, find a vaccine or any sort of treatment for this disease. And then if and when we're able to do that, how we're able to accelerate its production and manufacturing, where we're going to produce and manufacture that vaccine, how we're going to distribute it, and then all of the ancillary supply chain, you know, issues about syringes and about vials and that sort of thing. And that's a conversation that's happening right now. And I'll put aside the conversation that we've all just been through and still go through with PPE and protective equipment. I am leading an effort here in Washington, a bipartisan effort to make sure that we're thinking about global vaccination efforts and that we are being thoughtful global citizens and cooperative with nations that would like to cooperate with us, because it is not just the right thing to do ethically, but it's the right thing to do selfishly for our health if we are working collectively to make sure that we discover a treatment or cure, and that we're distributing it as rapidly as possible and inoculating us collectively as a nation and also as a globe. And so I do have some hope that I think at least in the Congress have the appetite for that conversation. I do hope that our administration also has that similar conversation. What the pandemic has exposed to us is just how interdependent we all are. You know, I live in the state of Pennsylvania. The state of Delaware is having issues. The state of New Jersey is having issues. Those are my neighbors. I'm sitting here about an hour and a half from my home right now in Washington, D.C. What we do in Pennsylvania affects what happens in Delaware and happens in New Jersey. What we do in the United States, of course, affects what happens in Europe and in Asia and in the world at large. And so I am hopeful that we have the opportunity to work collectively together, similarly to the conversation we just had on the issue of the pandemic. I do recognize that there are genuinely real human and economic impacts to things like the fact that right now travel is restricted, not just from here to the EU, but also frankly from here to Delaware in my case, or from here to Pennsylvania. So it's a collective national and international challenge that we have to engage and cooperate and to make sure that we are engaging our leaders and demanding of our leaders, both here domestically in the U.S. and globally as well, to be cooperative and part of the solution.
Thank you. We have a question from one of the audience, and Radek, this question is for you, and it's from Erwan Lagadak, who asks. He said, in November 2011, you made a famous speech in Berlin calling for a greater German role in asserting European strategic interests and security capabilities. He asked, how would you now characterize where Germany was then and where it is now?
Well, I would still repeat those words, that I fear German inactivity more than I fear German power, because we need Germany's active participation in saving the Eurozone and saving the European economy. And that's slowly happening. There's a impending compromise between Germany and the South. There will be some common debt, but with a ceiling. But we also need Germany to move on the big geostrategic issues. You know, Russian missiles in the Kaliningrad Oblast can now reach Berlin with their nuclear warheads. That seems to be an elite topic of conversation in Germany, but the general population doesn't seem to be interested. Germany is lucky in that it is surrounded by friendly states. But I think it's a little unfair that flank countries bear the burden of defending ultimately also Germany. And here I think President Trump is right. European countries should spend the recommended 2% of GDP on defense, and Germany is nowhere near that. We need another grand bargain between Germany and France on Europe becoming more strategic, of at least being able to protect its own perimeter, because either mass migration or great instability on our borders can, through the political process, can destroy our confederation. It's all very complicated because we are a confederation like you were before the Constitution. And there were reasons why you moved to the Constitution, because it didn't work very well. And it's, of course, particularly difficult in foreign and defense policy.
Thank you. You mentioned Russia. So, Chrissy, I'd like to come back to you on Russia. We hear from some sources in Europe, President Macron, for instance, famously last year, calling for not quite a reset with Vladimir Putin, but maybe more cooperation, or sort of, you know, turning the page on maybe the relationship of the last few years. But we also hear in the United States, of course, of this looming imminent threat from Russia interfering in this year's election. So I'm wondering if you could just talk to us a little bit about how you see the threat from Russia at the moment, and how worried are you by what could happen in the next few months, and what's the scope for sort of European-US cooperation on that sort of disinformation and interference challenge?
So I worry about Russia in the same ways that I worry about China. I'm of that age where when I served in our military, I'm an Air Force veteran. It was at the very tail end of the Cold War, right before the Berlin Wall fell. And so I hold and harbor that, you know, kind of perception of Russia from that time. And I think 25-30 years later, we're here again, where we need to recognize, in my opinion, that Russia is not a friendly actor, particularly when it comes to issues like you're talking about destabilizing democracies like ours, creating chaos and confusion in countries like ours, and in countries in the UK, in the EU, as well as across the globe. And so I think one of the things I wanted to add on to the most recent comment is that bipartisanly, Congress has been continuously committed to making sure that we remain a part of NATO, that we actually put in the teeth of the NDAA that we passed last year, a requirement that any money that would ever be used to try to get us out of NATO would not be appropriated by the Congress, to protect that relationship that, you know, provides what we were talking about in terms of protection of the region, the European region. We also, this NDAA provided requirements and strings to making sure that our troops weren't moved by our administration out of Germany without a signature statement that says that this won't cause damage or harm to NATO. And that's a pretty big bar to jump over. That happened again bipartisanly, both sides, House and Senate, during the NDAA process, that has not yet become law. When you ask about kind of our concerns about Russia and election security, I'm very concerned, as are many of my colleagues. Unfortunately, right now, in the 1.5 years of this session of Congress, we have not successfully passed any legislation that protects our nation from influences like Russia or China on our elections, cyber interference or of any form. And that really is unfortunate and really, really worrisome. A group of classmates of mine, I'm a new member of Congress, have put together a bipartisan task force for exactly this purpose, to say we need to drop the politics here, we need to drop the partisanship here, we need to understand and recognize that the sanctity of our vote and our access to the ballot is paramount. And we've collectively, as a freshman class, introduced a variety of different legislation that would hopefully stop some of the progress that Russia and others have been making in sowing discord in our nation and in other nations. And so, as an example, some of the legislation that I've put forward has made it illegal for foreign money to come through citizens, normal citizens. It is currently a standard, but it is not law that is the case. And so it seems very, very simple that you ought to be able to legislate that if somebody from the European Union, as an example, handed me $10,000, I shouldn't be able to send that $10,000 to a representative or a candidate of my choice. And so those are some of the basic things that, unfortunately, as a nation, we haven't had the appetite to legislate for. I'm not certain if you guys in your area have had the same resistance to that, but for whatever reason, not dissimilar to COVID, this has become a political conversation when it should not be. There should be no politics involved with whether or not we should protect the access to the ballot and the sanctity of our vote. There should be no politics involved with whether or not we should be wearing masks and combating this disease.
Thank you. We only have a couple of minutes left because we want to fit in the conversation with Will Hurd as well. But Radek, if I could give you the last word on this topic, and if you just want to maybe say a word or two, just if there is a transatlantic divide between the EU and the US on Russia this year or looking ahead to next year.
Look, I worked very hard to achieve a Polish-Russian reconciliation. We got President Putin to visit Gdańsk on the anniversary of the Second World War. President Putin was actually the first leader of Russia who visited the Katyn forest massacre site. We lifted the arms, the trade embargo. Things were moving, and up to a point, Russia was interested in an association agreement with the EU. But we just cannot tolerate Russia grabbing the territory of its former colonies and neighbors. Changing borders by force on the pretext of coming to the assistance of your national minority on the other side has a terrible connotation and history in Europe. We have learned to resolve such issues by dissolving borders and not by changing them. And so, yes, we should have a dialogue with Russia, but Russia needs to move too. It needs to withdraw its forces and support for separatists in Ukraine. And without that, we would be giving President Putin a victory that he doesn't deserve.
Thank you, Radek Sikorski and Chrissy Houlahan. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your leadership in the EU Parliament and in the Congress. We really appreciate it, and we hope to have you back next year for the next iteration of the EU Defence Forum. I'd like to turn now to our conversation with Will Hurd. Will and I spoke yesterday. As I mentioned earlier, he is a member of Congress in Texas, previously served in the CIA, and has really been a leading voice in Congress on these issues. And I started out by asking him roughly the same question I asked of our two panelists on the EU and its role in sort of the US-European relationship, pointing out that it's often sort of misunderstood or maybe has a less prominent role than NATO, and that some are sort of suspicious of it. And I asked him to sort of tell us a little bit about how he thought about the role of the EU in the transatlantic alliance and where he saw some room for cooperation in the future. So let's please go to the video now. Thank you.
I definitely don't think it's a competition. I think it's complementary to the efforts of NATO, and NATO has a very specific mission. NATO was created 70 years ago in order to deal with the threat of Russia, and I think we have to continue doing that. But many of the issues that we're dealing with today, especially in the security realm, are much broader than just Russia, and that's why the opportunity to engage with the EU and individual nations at the same time is important. I think it's hard for a lot of Americans, it's also hard for many of my colleagues to wrap their head around an organization. We have a difficult enough time dealing with a system that only has two parties, let alone dozens of states, dozens of parties. And so I think it's complicated, and that's why we don't understand it, because we don't have anything like that here in the U.S. But I think the steps that have been taken by a number of the EU ambassadors to the United States in educating members on the role of the EU, what the EU is, and how it can play a role in these major generational defining challenges that we're facing is good, and we got to continue to increase those ties and connections.
Thank you. So over the last few years, China has emerged as obviously an overarching sort of challenge and issue for the United States, but also for Europe. And European countries individually and collectively through the EU have sort of asked the United States to work together on China. Famously, President Trump was sort of dismissive and said the EU was sort of worse than China in some respects. He was talking mainly on the economic side. But a few weeks ago, Josep Borrell, the High Representative, proposed a special strategic dialogue with the US on China, and Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, then subsequently agreed to engage in that dialogue. Do you think sort of China is an important sort of piece of that transatlantic discussion, and how do you think that dialogue and partnership will play out? What are some of the points of tension, and what are the points maybe of possible cooperation, and where would you like to see the most progress be made on transatlantic policy toward Beijing?
So the simple answer is yes. A U.S.-EU cooperation towards and on China is important. But before I delve into that question, let me step back to when I first came into Congress. When I first came into Congress, most of my interactions dealing with the EU were around privacy. This was at the beginnings of the debates on GDPR, the General Data Privacy Right Act. And this was some concern about, was this a protectionist stance by European countries against American companies? And that was kind of defining the non-security cooperation relationship, transatlantic relationship. Now, I forget how many years we've been under GDPR now, a year and a half maybe. What we've all learned is we all go to a lot of websites that have cookies. And so what's interesting is I actually believe there is not that much daylight between the United States and EU when it comes to privacy and what is privacy. The EU and America is closer together on this issue than EU and China. The Chinese don't care about civil liberties. The Chinese don't care about private property or privacy. And so one of the areas that is going to define our future wars is on technology, and artificial intelligence is one of those. And one of the key elements of artificial intelligence is obviously data. And so we have to kind of put to bed this debate around privacy, because unless the United States and the EU start working together and cooperating, we're not going to be able to keep up with the Chinese when it comes to AI. And what do I mean by that? The amounts of data that's required to train algorithms and the amount of computing power that is required to take the data and the algorithms and put this all together to have true AI is going to require cooperation. And an authoritarian government like China can move all levers of government in one direction. And so if we start working together, if we start pooling resources, this is a way that we can define the ethics around artificial intelligence in a transatlantic, liberal-leaning, Western value system, rather than authoritarian system of China. And that is going to be absolutely critical. When you look at issues of
quantum computing, the level of cooperation we should be having in sharing research amongst our allies is important. Now, I believe we should be strengthening our alliances, not weakening them. And this is one area why we have to work together in order to deal with China and accept the fact that way more unites us in this transatlantic partnership around this issue of privacy than it does between China and the rest of Europe.
Thank you. So just to follow on from that, over the last 12 months, there's been a fairly sort of contentious transatlantic discussion on 5G and the role of Huawei in European sort of technology infrastructure on a country-by-country basis. Now, from Washington, there's been a very strong sort of bipartisan stance urging sort of caution and that Huawei be excluded largely from those networks. And it seems like there has been some movement on that in recent months. But one thing you regularly hear from Europeans and in the United States as well is that we don't really have an alternative, or maybe that we sort of missed the boat in trying to prepare sort of a viable alternative to Huawei, since Huawei is largely sort of state-sponsored and has that power of Beijing behind it. What lessons do you draw from that? And do you sort of maybe share the view of some of your colleagues in the Republican Party that the time has come on these key areas of strategic significance to rethink the role of government? And is there a role for both the US government and then European and American governments to be more active in the technology space?
So I do believe we can be more active in the technology space. We should have national strategies on what kind of basic research that governments historically have done that has led to revolutionary technology, and making sure that that's in line, making sure that research that is being publicly funded is available for all to use in order to supercharge the innovation process. And if we were able to get that right as a country, and the individual countries of the EU can do that, and then EU together, and then we work together, the resources that we would have would be fantastic. I will always take entrepreneurship and free markets over authoritarianism any day of the week. Now, authoritarianism may get you to a point first, but creativity and entrepreneurship will always win. And should we, the alternative to Huawei, Huawei has 30% of the world's market in 5G. Now, a lot of that is because they dominate in China, obviously. And the question becomes, can you protect the data that's flowing over potentially compromised infrastructure? Some believe yes, but as things are moving, as technology innovation is happening in technology, I don't know if we can always say that's the case over time. So how do we create a competition? Because saying Huawei is dangerous and owned by the Chinese and a security threat is not enough. There has to be the alternative, Tom, as you said in your remarks. So how do our governments work together to incentivize competition, incentivize? In the U.S., we passed a tax reform 2 or 3 years ago. And one of the things we did was that if you do capital investments, you can write those off in year one. Can you extend that for entities that are involved in 5G, right? And you can take a broad perspective of what 5G actually means. Can governments be doing 10-year contracts with providers for these types of things in order to incentivize and to help make sure that there's an alternative to Huawei? Those are where the conversation should be happening. And the only way that we're going to catch up, and I do believe that the West is behind when it comes to the 5G race, is by working together. And when we talk about research, what is the next thing, right? I don't know what 6G or 7G looks like. What can we ultimately leapfrog? And we have examples. I lived in the Philippines for a while when I was at university, and nobody had home phones, right? But the cell phone infrastructure in the Philippines in the 90s was unbelievable, and because they leapfrog over it. So is there a way to do that as well? And we got to be working together on how to do this against this broader threat.
Thank you. And one just final question, just to briefly to wrap up. You've obviously got an intelligence background. Intelligence is a key part of defense policy. The UK obviously has left the European Union. That was a key sort of player in that space. How important do you see intelligence cooperation between the United States and the EU, with regard to sort of Russia, terrorism, this broader array of challenges? And is there anything that needs to be done in the near term to sort of solidify intelligence cooperation post-Brexit?
Absolutely. I am as you said, a professional intelligence officer by training. What intelligence allows you to do is focus limited resources in the most efficient way possible. And one of the areas that can be helpful is leveraging the folks that are involved in all these new technologies and new areas to understand what their assumptions are. Let's take the issue of cybersecurity. Most, American and European banks have the best idea of where the next Russian malware is going to come from. So why aren't we taking those assumptions and turning those into intelligence collection priorities and going out and collecting information based on that assumption, and then get that information back in the hands of people to protect themselves? And so the public sector and the private sector is going to have to work together in order to defend our digital infrastructure and defend our systems from our adversaries. And that starts with intelligence. Now, what does that look like? Because I think intelligence sharing and cooperation is really driven on a bilateral relationship rather than a multilateral relationship, probably outside of NATO. And so how do we put those systems in place? And what is, how do we make sure that the core competencies of European nations are being utilized to the most effective means, and what we're able to bring to the table? And so I think I have more questions than answers. But this is something that is going to ultimately help us to make sure that, because we all have limited resources, and where can we best focus those?
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time for this important conversation. Thank you for your leadership on these issues in Congress, and we're very excited to see what you do next. So please keep in touch, and we look forward to having you back to Brookings Defence and hopefully to future EU defence forums in the coming years.
I appreciate the invite, and I'm going to take you up on it. This is an important a relationship that needs to be strengthened over time, and I'm looking forward to being able to travel again and get out there and see folks on the ground. So Tom, I appreciate you having me.
And so we come to our final segment today, which is a conversation with Anke Bijveld, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who's the Minister of Defence of the Netherlands, who will give us her perspective on EU defence and transatlantic security. To lead the conversation with Minister Bijveld, I'm now very pleased to hand over to Brookings' Amanda Sloat. Amanda, over to you.
Well, welcome everybody to the final session of the EU Defence Forum. My name is Amanda Sloat. I am the Robert Bosch Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution here in Washington, and I'm delighted to be joined by the Defence Minister of the Netherlands, Anke Bijleveld. And I have to say, Minister, as a Dutch American, I am particularly excited about the opportunity to speak with you today. The minister has been in this position since October 2017 and previously served as an MP, mayor, state secretary for home affairs, and a provincial leader. Minister, I wanted to start out with a topic that's on the minds of everybody, which is the coronavirus. Yeah. The Netherlands seems to have both flattened the curve and also found a way to keep life tolerable by taking an approach that I know your Prime Minister has called an intelligent lockdown. Yeah. I also understand that the Defense Ministry has been quite actively involved in the coronavirus pandemic effort, including things from border enforcement to logistical management. So would be interested to hear some of your experiences in the Netherlands of responding to the coronavirus, lessons learned, and particularly what you were able to do in the Defense Ministry.
Yeah.
I'm also delighted to speak with you today, and I'm quite interested in your Dutch background, but we can't talk about it now. I think we can do it later on, perhaps. I think you are right that when you look at COVID-19 or the corona pandemic, we chose for an intelligent lockdown, as our Prime Minister said, and that went very well in the way that for us the IC capacity, how many beds we should have for corona was our point to look at all the time, and we worked together with all the departments, but also with the Department of Defense, in a way that we said our doctors, our nurses are in the normal hospitals, are working over there, and that went quite well. Our planning capacity, in the way that our medical planners worked in missions, for example, in Afghanistan. They know how to plan, how to look at a situation that's difficult, and they helped the civil hospitals with their planning capacity to spread the patients over the country, and that worked quite well because in the Netherlands the hospitals are all separate. They don't have we don't know the total amount of IC beds in the Netherlands, and our planners actually they did something that they do in missions also. They looked around and they made the things that they do in missions also in a way they had a situational awareness of what's necessary, how many beds, how the logistic should go, where should they go to, also to other countries, and they actually arranged that, and that worked quite well. And I think the most important thing that we did was work together, coordinate with all the civil partners together to have this intelligent lockdown and to stay under the amount of IC beds that we have in the Netherlands.
Well, I congratulate your government on a successful handling, certainly more, I think, successful than some of what we have been seeing in the United States, where we are apparently still in the midst of phase one of the pandemic. You mentioned in your response the fact that there was a lot of coordination within your national government. And I think it's also been interesting from Washington to watch what's been happening at the European level in terms of response to the pandemic. Initially, it seemed like a lot of the responses were very much driven at national level in terms of closing the borders, some reluctance to share some equipment, but then there slowly was more coordination across the union, especially on the financial side. So I'm interested what your takeaways have been from how the coronavirus has affected thinking within the European Union, and again, to relate it to defense issues, if there's lessons from this for cooperation on defense issues, logistics, broader partnership across the Union.
Yes, of course, there are a lot of lessons that we should learn. I think. I think in the EU, the cooperation went not fast enough in the beginning. Also, the cooperation for example, in helping countries that needed extra beds. I have to compliment the German government. They stepped in, I think, as the first partner over there. They opened their hospitals also for Italian, for French, for also Dutch patients. But we should have done that quicker. I think that's one of the lessons we should learn. We should make also more materials ourselves. That's one of the lessons that we learned. We should spread it more. And there we should cooperate and defend in all the countries, the Italian, the French. I talked to my German and French colleague about it. But also in Italy and Spain, who were heavily still have a lot of pain when you look at what happens over there. Then the army or the defense organization in all the countries were crucial to help the civil organization and the health organization. And there we learned that we should work more together in a way that, for example, helicopters we could share more. Our helicopters helped also for transporting patients to Germany, share equipment. That's one of the things we can learn from, and there we should also cooperate more with NATO. I think NATO-EU cooperation would also expand on this side in sharing, in logistics, etc. And that's one of the things we also talked about. That, for example, I talked with my French colleague about it. We are all operating in the Sahel region. In Africa, it's still going on further. And when in the Netherlands, the amount is going down, and perhaps we can share equipment also through our defense organization in, for example, Africa or Afghanistan.
Sure. Well, I'm glad you raised the question of NATO-EU cooperation, because that's also something there's been a lot of interest in here in Washington, especially amid the current drift in the transatlantic relationship, and a lot of talk that we've been hearing coming out of Brussels about strategic autonomy. Mm-hmm. Curious how you see NATO-EU cooperation. We talked about it a little bit in the context of the pandemic, but also more broadly, and specifically whether there's things that the EU can be doing that are complementary to what NATO is doing. And of course, we also now have this question post-Brexit with the UK. That's in NATO, but unfortunately no longer in the European Union. And so how you see these two important institutions able to work together?
Yeah, for us, NATO is still the cornerstone of the defense cooperation, and so for the Netherlands, that's very important when I look at that side. But we can actually work more together because there are a lot of threats. And when you look at the COVID-19, for example, it demonstrated that we need a 360-degree approach, and there comes the EU in, and they can do. They are more on the civilians, working on the civilian side, and we should work together on that. For example, when you look at the EU, we are the lead nation of the military mobility project. You know, it's very important for NATO too. And when we want to share equipment, it's very important that we can transport our equipment through Europe. And there is actually something to do for the EU. Also, when you look at, for example, for NATO, very important, the third country side, because the two biggest countries of NATO are UK and US, and they are outside of the EU, but they should transport our equipment also fast in Europe. And so there are a lot of things there where we should work together. For us, the cornerstone is NATO when you look at defense cooperation. So the transatlantic side is very important, actually, when you look at the security context in Europe, but we can actually do more together.
So one of the big debates in recent years, of course, on NATO has been the question of burden sharing, and President Trump, of course, has been very focused on this 2% metric that was agreed in Wales a number of years ago. I know Dutch military spending has increased about 25% since 2014, but only 1.2% of GDP last year. And I know that you were speaking to your parliament about this a couple of weeks ago and acknowledged that your spending was unlikely to reach the target by 2024.
Yeah.
So I'm interested, how you're seeing defense spending in the context of coronavirus. Obviously, you're having to spend a lot of money on domestic things rather than security in response. And how you're seeing this debate more broadly. Your prime minister, of course, has acknowledged that Europe needs to do more, that burden sharing is important. And so how your government is looking at this question of contributions, of burden sharing.
Yeah. I actually agree with President Trump on this point, that we should spend more, because when we have an agreement, we should actually spend 2%. And we increased our spendings, as you said, but it's not enough. But it's not only cash; it's also capabilities and commitments, I think, when I look at the NATO side. But when you look at COVID-19, then I think the increase of in defense spending is even more urgent, because the pandemic is a catalyst for the security threats that we actually see. It once again shows the necessity of strong armed forces, because you can't predict what will happen. And of course, you're right that perhaps the COVID-19 will have an impact on national budgets all over the world. But for me, it's very important. I think it's very important that we don't get a decrease again in the defense spendings. Actually, that we should increase, because we have worked hard to reach more investments in defense in the last years, and I believe that the unpredictable threats that we see, not only COVID, we didn't see it, none of us, we didn't see it coming, but we saw everywhere how important our military personnel is to assist in this kind of crisis. So actually, I think it's very important that we even increase more, because we have a lot of unpredictable threats, and COVID is one of them.
And do you think that your government is going to be able to increase spending more, notwithstanding the coronavirus pandemic? And what are specific areas that you would like to focus on?
Actually, I can't say yes or no on this question. I actually talked with my colleague of finance about it, that it's very important to spend more. And we are also this year increasing our budget. But you have a lot of things in which we should invest. Then I think we should learn lessons from the coronavirus, and we should look in, and we should learn them fast. And for example, in logistics. Combat support. The combat support side is very important when you look at this kind of crisis. So the support side, and I think we should spend more on that side.
So I know that we are nearing, unfortunately, already the end of our short time together. But I have to say, in addition to being a Dutch American, my great grandma was from Zeeland.
Okay.
I am a yoga practitioner and was very excited to see the online statement that you made recognizing International Yoga Day. And was particularly struck by your comments that the Dutch Armed Forces have been doing yoga for the last 15 years, and that you have over 130 instructors within the Army. And so as we are wrapping up this forum, and all of us are going to be returning to our stressful coronavirus lives, would be interested on what the experience has been of the ministry with yoga, and whether there's lessons that can take away from that.
Yeah, it's very important that our military personnel also finds some rest in a day, and yoga is very important to get fit, also in a physical but also in a psychological way. And it works really well in the Netherlands. So when you don't have it, you should try it.
Well, I think that is excellent advice on which to end this session. Minister, thank you very much for joining us today in the forum. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, and good luck in dealing with the pandemic and these other challenges going forward.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Amanda. What a terrific question to finish on. That is our last interview of the day and session of the day, and concludes really the last 2 days of programming. We had over 40 speakers and 15 segments. This is an experiment, of course, to do it all online, all virtually, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but I thought it worked extraordinarily well. So just thank you so much to all of the team involved in it, the technical team here, and of course, managing those who managed all of the virtual appearances, to everyone at the EU delegation and my colleagues at Brookings, to all of the speakers and all of the moderators as well. I thought it was a really fascinating conversation, and we hope to continue it online in the coming days and to meet in person next year, hopefully. But Dervla, I'd like to thank you and to thank all of your colleagues for your partnership over the last few months. And I'd like to turn it over to you for the final few words.
Thanks, Tom. Well, I hope that everyone else found the discussions as interesting and stimulating as we did. We did have an internal debate as to whether we should hold the forum this year, given that we couldn't do it in person. But I hope you'll all agree that the quality of the participants and the interventions has vindicated the decision to go ahead. I would echo Tom's thanks to all of our wonderful panelists and moderators. Very special thanks, obviously, to Brookings Institution, in particular, General Allen, Tom Wright, and Felipe Latsas, but everybody who participated in making this such a success. Also echo the thanks to the team at the EU delegation, in particular, my colleague Eili Ribelis, who's our Security and Defence Councillor, our military attaché, Fritz Urbach, and our wonderful press and public diplomacy team, led by Maria Belovas and Martin Caudron, as well as the contractors and the tech team who made sure that everything ran smoothly today. So just to recall that all of the discussions will be available online on the EU in the US YouTube. You can continue the conversation using the hashtag EU Defence, that's defence with an S. And I certainly hope that we will be back next year for an in-person physical forum here in Washington. But I think I can guarantee that either way, we will be having the 10th edition next year. So thanks to all of you for tuning in.